Hey, good morning, everybody. This is Charlie Goodhart. We're going to start the broadcast. You'll see our splash screen, which will be scrolling in front of you. Recommend you check your audio. If you're having issues with pixelation or anything like that, you may want to shut your video down. Everybody should be on mute. But Scott, I see you're on too, and we're going to try to get started right at 8 o'clock, just to let everybody know. I'll probably give everybody a 5-minute warning, but so I'll just sign on or sign off here for a few minutes, and then I'll.
Charlie, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Yep, that's our new president, Scott Granis from Granis Brothers. So, Scott, welcome this morning too.
Good morning.
I'm going to go on mute, and if anybody's having technical difficulties, though, Dawn is available if you call the office, 717-657-1881, extension 4, or you can email Donna at pa-asphalt.org. Hey, good morning, everyone. Again, Charlie Goodhart. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. Just want to give everybody a little bit of a notice to say, uh, do a little sound check for everybody. Hopefully, from what we are told, you can hear us fine. Again, if you're having technical difficulties, call the office 717-657-1881 extension 4, and now you'll get Donna. Or you can email Donna at Sweeney, our office administrator, at Donna@pa-asphalt.org. So we're going to get started in about 5 minutes. All right. Good morning. I'm Charles Goodhart, the Executive Director of the Pennsylvania Asphalt Pavement Association. And I want to welcome you to our 61st annual conference. It's virtually, of course. And as much as we wanted to host this year's conference in person at the Hotel Hershey, we are very thankful that we can bring such a dynamic lineup of speakers to you virtually via GoToWebinar. And I want to personally thank Gary Hoffman, our Director of Technical Services, Jill Lombardi, our Accounting Administrator, and especially Donna Sweeney, our new Office Administrator, for all their tireless and diligent work in setting up and managing our first ever virtual conference. So here's a little bit of a what we're going to go through as far as the agenda. Next up will be the national anthem, then the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we'll have Scott Granis, our new president of PAPA, will give a welcome and do some remarks. Then I'll come back on and do the conference overview and go through some housekeeping items. And then our first presenters, Mark Compton and Brad Heigl from the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, will be on. So please stand and honor America during the playing of the national anthem by the Shippensburg University Marching Band. Now I'll ask Gary Hoffman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
That was a thrilling rendition of the national anthem. I appreciate that. As is our tradition, let's recite the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, Gary, very much for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to now turn it over to our new incoming president, Scott Granis, who's also the president of Granis Brothers Stone and Asphalt Company, for a welcome and for some remarks. So take it away, Scott.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our 61st annual conference, and it's our first virtual conference. I want to start by thanking Mark Kendrick, who is our outgoing association president, for his service over the last 2 years. Mark was a good leader for our organization, and I think that's evident by a quote that he had last year when he led off our conference, and that was by saying that we are here to serve you as members. And in a normal year, Mark would be leading us off, and I'd be taking over on the second day, but you know, what about this year has been normal? You know, number one is we are virtual. You're probably watching this by yourself. If you're like me, you're in your office, or if you're like one of my my foreman, you might be at home watching this in your underwear. So good morning, Mark. And you wear a mask everywhere you go. And, you probably even know somebody who may have died from COVID. And that puts a lot of our business problems into the proper perspective. But to say that this year was a challenge for us business-wise would be an understatement. And I think the paving industry was especially hard hit. If you think about the timing, whenever the pandemic really came down in March, and the way PennDOT bids jobs, with bridge jobs usually bidding kind of first and our industry's work coming a little bit later, a lot of our jobs, as far as paving and roadwork jobs, were canceled for the year. We even had approximately 7 jobs that were bid and went maybe not even quite to award, and then were rescinded. And that all resulted in a letting program for PennDOT that was down somewhere around $500 million. And then in addition to that, because what we produce as asphalt people is expensive material, maintenance did a lot less paving in order to save money. And so it was kind of a combination of things that hit our industry. And let's face it, if we don't have jobs to bid on, we really don't have anything to do. We also had a 6-week shutdown of construction jobs in PA. And as a seasonal business, when you only have from April to November to make money, that not only affects the companies, it also affects the hourly wage earners. And those, when you lose 1/7 of your work season, that's just time that you're not getting back. And if you roll that all together at my company, our sales were down 30%. And it's a real challenge in that environment to provide work for people who are counting on you to do just that. But if you're a leader of a company in the private sector, you really have no choice. You either adapt and get creative, or you need to lay people off that you really like. But the good news is, despite all of those negatives that I just mentioned, if you're listening to me here today, you survived. And if you can survive last year, you can survive anything. My grandfather taught me a lesson pretty early on in my career. And he was really talking about the relationship between me and my father. But I was walking out the door one day and he grabbed me by the arm and he kind of held me there and he said, "This is the way it's going to be for you. And whether it's fair or not fair, this is the way it's going to be." And his message was to not let your circumstances define you, to not get caught up in your situation, and to basically accept reality the way it is, deal with it, make a plan, and move on. Anybody can do things when it's going easy. What defines you is how you are when the wheels are falling off. And if adversity reveals character, and you measure yourself by how you deal with adversity, this past year was a pretty good measuring stick. And the other bit of good news is you're part of the Pennsylvania asphalt industry. And it's really a pretty small group here in PA. We have approximately 200 asphalt plants throughout the state of Pennsylvania. They're owned by approximately 35 companies. Out of those 35 companies, 31 are producer members of our association. We have 11 laydown and milling members. We have 54 associate members, 6 asphalt supplier members, and 26 consultant members. And if you add that up, out of those 120 plus firms, we have some large national publicly traded firms, and we have some small family-owned businesses. We have producers on the east and the west side of the state that can focus on supply. And then you have producers such as myself in the sticks of Pennsylvania. that have to be vertically integrated. We produce stone, we make the mix, and we lay down the mix, and we have to do that to be competitive. But the neat thing is, out of all the people in this group, you kind of know all the players. And you may not know everybody, but at least you know who they are. And really, it's the people that make this industry fun. You know, our business is equipment intensive. We have plants, we have pavers, we have milling machines, we have trucks. The one common denominator is that you need people to operate all of that equipment. And that is something that's not going to change. And I would encourage you all to take pride in the industry. You know, my story is that I grew up as a laborer on Dallas Robinson, who we called Tex. I grew up as a laborer on Texas paving crew. And I learned there how to work hard, number one. You'll find very few lazy people on a paving crew. I learned how to be a member of a team where people were counting on me. And I learned from Tex how to lead people, to take the dirtiest, toughest job and do it yourself, to lead by example. And I learned to be humble, to take criticism when the criticism came, and when praise came, deflect that to your team. Basically, I learned how to be a better man. And asphalt paving is tough physically. It's hot, it's sweaty, it comes with long hours. But I learned to love it. And I learned to love the people that I did it with. So I told you a little bit about my story. I think you all can think a little bit about your own story and be proud of the work that got you to the place where you are in your career now. And when you talk about the industry, when you talk about the asphalt industry, speak well about the industry. And then I would challenge, and especially the contractors in this room, to do good work, do quality work. Another thing that my grandfather told me when I first walked in the door here was that every job is your job until someone else covers it up. So you better be proud of it when you leave. And I believe that most people have pride in their work. Most people want to do good work. In the last year, I also served on the 408 rewrite committee, where we were trying to take all the special provisions of the state and compile them into a new 408 spec. And quite honestly, a lot of those special provisions are there because somebody did something wrong. But I think that's the minority of cases. Again, most people want to do quality work. And so it's important that we recognize quality work. And we're going to do that here a little later on today. District 11 is going to be presented a perpetual pavement award from the Asphalt Pavement Alliance. And we're also going to give out pavement quality awards, one to every district, one for the Pennsylvania Turnpike, that exemplifies a quality job in each of those areas. And then also, it's important, I think, to recognize that Lindy Paving, a Pennsylvania company, is going to be receiving their 5th Sheldon Hayes Award at the Napa Annual Convention. This is a really big deal. No other company in the United States has ever won more than 2. Lindy has won 5. The Sheldon Hayes Award goes to the best performing asphalt pavement project in the country. And we have a Pennsylvania company that has won their 5th award, which is just tremendous. And then one other way that you can all recognize quality is when you do a PennDOT job, you get a contractor evaluation. If you get some good comments on that evaluation, highlight those, take those out to your crew. Tell your crew that they did a good job. And I just want to wrap this up kind of basically the same way I started, by echoing Mark's comments, that we are here as an association to serve you as members. If you need something, find Charlie, find Gary, find me, find another board member. We are open to comments and suggestions, especially if they're done in a positive way. And enjoy the conference. The staff has lined up some good speakers and presentations both today and on Thursday. I think it's some good information that you can hopefully take back and improve your company. And we also have fairly high attendance for this virtual conference. And I think that high attendance indicates the value of our association to our members. So I look forward to seeing you all in person next year in Hershey. Thank you for your support by attending the conference. And again, enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott. I'll bring my camera back up again so you can see me. Gary Hoffman and I are both sitting here together. Of course, we're social distanced, 6 feet apart, but I have a couple housekeeping things I need to cover before I turn the program over to Mark Compton and Brad Heigl. So let me just cover, you can see a few things up there on your screen. So everybody, as far as attendees, comes in muted, and you'll probably have to, you'll stay muted throughout the conference. Only presenters will be and panelists will be speaking live. But during the course of all the presentations, if you have a question, that's one thing Gary and I will be doing here in the PAPA conference room. We're going to be monitoring your questions, and you have to ask your questions via the question pane, which is on the right side of your screen in GoToWebinar. So if you click on the question, you'll see it'll drop down, and you can type your question in there. And Gary and I will look through the questions, and at the end of the presentation, by whoever's speaking, we will ask them the question on your behalf. So the other thing I wanted to mention is that if you're having technical difficulties, and we're getting a few calls, you can also type type something in the question pane too. Donna Sweeney's in there monitoring anything if you're having technical difficulties, but you can also email Donna at paasphalt.org, or you can call 717-657-1881 extension 4 for assistance. Also, I'd like to thank Jim Casilio from Pennsylvania Aggregates and Concrete Association for helping us out. Jim, they've been doing GoToWebinar for a little while now, and Jim's one of our technical advisors, producers of today's program. So we appreciate PACA's help, and in particular Callie Klein and Jim Casilio's assistance. I will mention that the webinar is being recorded, and we will post a link to it on PAPA's website. After the conclusion of Wednesday's second day of the conference. And we will be issuing 4 PDH and NESEP credits. They'll be issued for anyone that signs on and to Thursday's day 2 technical sessions. We'll be issuing those within a week or so of the end of the conference. Just a couple other things before I turn it over to Mark and Brad. Our 2021 PAPA regional technical meetings are also going to be virtual. We had to make a call right after the new year on whether to do it live and in person or to do those via GoToWebinar. So we've made the call to go and do them March 16th and 17th from 8 a.m. to noon on both days. Our technical committee is going to be working with PennDOT staff to come up with an agenda. We've already got some pretty good speakers lined up. That's one of the, guess that's one of the advantages of being virtual. Gary and I are able to line up, some really informative speakers from, across the country. So you'll be getting more information on that. It'll be coming out probably within a couple weeks. Our PAPA environmental webinar is also going to be virtual, and that's on April the 14th, 2021. That'll also be noon from 8 a.m. to noon. And our PAPA bus tour, PennDOT PAPA bus tour for 2021. And if you recall, we had to postpone it from 2020 because of the pandemic. It's going to be on July 27th and 28th. And it's being hosted by PennDOT District 8, and it'll be in the Harrisburg area. Once again, we've lined up a tour of the PennDOT's Materials and Testing Lab, a demo of PennDOT's roadway testing equipment, and we've also lined up FHWA's Mobile Asphalt Technology Center to come in for you to be able to see it and to see what asphalt-related research they've got going on at FHWA. And last but not least, and then I will actually turn it over to Mark, will be our 62nd annual conference. Mark the date of January 17th, 18th, and 19th, 2022. And we'll be back at the Hotel Hershey, Pennsylvania. So, Mark, I'm going to introduce you now. I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to make you the presenter. So, Mark, you can bring your presentation up if you'd like, or Brad. I don't know who's going to go first. Let me introduce Mark Compton, an old friend of both Gary and I's, worked together at PennDOT together. And Mark is from Mannheim. He serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission since February 1, 2013. So Mark, you got 8 years in, which you and staff have continued to do a tremendous job. He's a professional with more than 2 decades of public and private sector experience in transportation, administration, governmental affairs, construction. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree from Penn State University, and he previously served as PennDOT's Deputy Secretary for Administration. So I'll just briefly introduce Brad Heigl. He's going to help, do the presentation with Mark. We're going to tag team this morning. Brad is a professional engineer, licensed in Pennsylvania. He's a 1988 graduate of the Pennsylvania State University with a BS in civil engineering. As I said, he's the chief engineer for PennDOT, and since I think 2012 is whenever Brad took over. Before that, he ran the Harrisburg office for Michael Baker. So, Mark, I'm going to mute myself and take my image off the screen. So, without further ado, Mark Compton and Brad Heigl.
Hey, Charlie, before you do that, is it showing through okay? Can you see the presentation?
Yep, just put it up on present mode and you're good to go, Mark. You
Great.
sound good. I haven't seen you this morning, but you sound good.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be with you virtually. And just think about what you're doing as it relates to not gaining calories from being in Hershey, as well as think of all the liver cells you saved from not being in Hershey. So if you think about it from that perspective, maybe we can lose a pound through this. But I too missed the time in Hershey with you all. You guys do a great conference. I look forward to getting back to it next year. Thought it would be good for us to do this together, Brad and I. What I want to do is just kind of talk to you about some 30,000-foot overview stuff. And then Brad, as always, is the star of the show. Brad's going to walk you through some of the highlights of the construction season that was 2020, and there were highlights, as well as sort of a look at what's going to transpire for 2021. What we wanted to do is first talk to you a little bit about some of the impacts of COVID, and they've been extensive for us, as they have been in your organization as well. This gives you just a look at where we're at with traffic. So the good news in our overall traffic numbers is that, and if you think about how many Amazon trucks probably showed up at your house, if it's anything like mine, the commercial traffic has been pretty steady throughout. As a matter of fact, if you look at this week over last year, last couple of weeks from this time last year, our commercial is about a percentage higher than what it was last year. The issues that we're having is what you can well imagine. Sorry, I got to, there you go. Sorry about that. What I wanted to do is just highlight here for you some of the things related to the traffic impacts. We talked a little bit about commercial, and the bad news side of that is clearly what's happening with our passenger traffic. Commuter traffic is way down for us, as you can see there. We've hovered around 23%. Where we were at in the start of this was down about 80%. So we have rebounded, but the issue is for us is we've about plateaued. So if you think about this from a revenue standpoint, what we hear from our traffic and revenue consultants is really this could be about a $400 million event for us all in, and we're well over half of that now. We've hit a mark of being down about 200 million since the start of this, and we expect the whole event to cost us about 400 million. And we don't expect, from what we're hearing from our traffic and revenue folks, to be back to January 2020 numbers for another 2 years yet. So if you think about what's transpired, that's a key part of this. A lot of mitigation were put into place, and I know you guys were a part of that. I appreciate the partnership that we had with PennDOT and you all into doing the COVID mitigation plans to get work restarted again. So that was a key part of what we had to do to get restarted, and we thank you for your participation. I think that happened in record time. We've also went through and basically had asked management employees, not asked, but put a program together that would incentivize management employees who were close to leaving to leave. So we had about almost 40 folks sign up for that program with an incentive. And then tightened our belt for all things operations, cut the capital plan by about 35%. And the largest piece that went into place was what we call AET in place. So what we had getting ready for, which was to be ready for October of this year, 2021, was a process in which we would be all electronic in place, which means we would continue to use the interchanges for tolling. However, in the quest to get to getting the gantries up, that would take place in a couple years. So all that tolling apparatus was in the lane already. What we were waiting for was the extension or the expansion of our back office. So what we made the decision to do in March, based on the fact that traffic was as low as it was, on all the safety concerns related to what we were hearing from the Department of Health, is at that point we pulled the collectors out of the lanes and went into AET in place. Again, all the apparatus was in there, so the major issue was the back office, and with traffic being as low as it was, we didn't need that many folks in the back office, obviously, based on current conditions. So we, in working with the commissioners, kind of monitored from March until June, and it looked like it was going to continue to be an extended time frame to where the Department of Health ruling was, if you could work from home, you do. If you didn't need to have touch points with your customers, you shouldn't. And as I sit in a building here today at the CAB, which is basically a vacant building, I think it's Brad's in his office ready to do the presentation. I'm here with me, and it's been him and I and Craig Shuey pretty much have been the only folks looking at each other, besides the janitorial staff and those sort of folks. So we are still in this type of dynamic probably until June, according to the governor. But anyway, we made the push to go all electronic tolling in place. So in that, roughly 492 folks were laid off permanently through that effort. As we come through this now, that's the bad news side of this. That was one of the toughest days of my career, no question. However, some of the things that we are looking at now is because of all the moves that were made, some of the stuff that was done on the finance side, is really the ability now to restart some of the projects that were phased. So Brad does have a design plan in place that restarts the projects that were stopped based on the belt tightening, based on the ability to get back to more of a normal capital plan. So we can talk to you a little bit. Brad will talk to you a little more about that later. What we wanted to do too is just kind of highlight through this some of the things that were continue to transpire, and because we had to follow the law, we were still required to make our Act 44 payment or Act 89 payment. So that's going to be in place. What the Commonwealth did with the help of PennDOT and Office of Budget is allowed us not to make our payment or withhold us from making the payment actually until next week. So we are going to make the Commonwealth whole on the 3 payments that we missed. We make quarterly payments of $112.5 million. So we'll make 3 of the 4 payments for this year. And then in April, we will make the last quarterly payment. And then if the law remains the same, meaning it doesn't change, we'll have 1 more year to go of making Act 44 payments, another $450 million. And we are praying and we're hoping, we're doing all we can to make sure that that is the last year of our requirement to make the Act 44 payments. But as you can see, this is what has happened to our customers as relates to toll rates and timelines and those sort of things. This gives you a sense of where we're at in our rates, and this really gives you a sense that we are sort of middle of the pack as it relates to all rates, but that's a little deceiving because we sort of end the line of where you have the traditional old style pikes and tollways. On the other side of that, where you have the higher or the much shorter, what you see at Dulles Tollway and those sort of things, to where it's much more of a shorter road to get you to point A, point B. This is more, ours is much more of a traditional passenger rate that tells you sort of a long haul type road. A couple other things we wanted to talk to you before we get to the program is one of the things that we're excited about for 2021 is our continued partnership with our sister agency, PennDOT. And I'm sure Melissa will talk a little bit about this, but through the P3 program, our office, PennDOT had put in a solicited P3 that will really expand the role of tolling within the Commonwealth. And their initial run at this is between 7 and 10 bridges throughout the Commonwealth, in which they will use a federal program that allows them to toll the structure if they use the revenues from that tolling to rebuild the structure. So if you think about what this does, not only does it enable new revenue for these 7 to 10 bridges, but more importantly, what it does is it adds money back to the tip that would have went into those bridges. So if you think about the scope and the size of these bridges, that could be considerable amount of money coming back into the tip, coming back into the construction program. We were honored that PennDOT had chose us to work with them. Our role in this is to do, we just talked a little bit about the back office, and also to put those gantries up at the locations of where these bridges will be. So we're honored to be the selected partner with PennDOT and look forward to this partnership, which hopefully will be a new means of revenue collection for the Commonwealth for infrastructure. And we think if this is successful, this could be the tip of the iceberg. I know the Secretary has visions of much more tolling throughout the Commonwealth with larger corridors and things like that. So this could be the tip of the iceberg, but you know how the federal bill has failed us. This is opportunity for us to get more money, much needed money, back onto interstates and interstate lookalikes. And put another plug in, and this program continues to move forward. We wish we could have been up in State College this year to have our TQI awards, which has been a real highlight of the program. like I said, if you're watching this, you're probably not spending much of your time on the good projects that happen. Most of you have to go and problem solve some of the things that are going wrong. And we all forget that the large majority of the projects go well, and that our partnerships are strong and our industry is strong. In doing so, this celebrates that. While it celebrates, it also has the right people from across the industry in problem solving opportunities to really take a look at those things that have been dogging us or bugging us for years. So you have the right folks around the table. And I just wanted to put a plug in. Charlie does a great job in his involvement, and Gary. So we appreciate their partnership in this as well. And we look forward to continuing to use this structure to solve some of our biggest problems in the industry. One of the things that we all look towards, and all of us hate to get those calls, regardless if it's a partner, regardless if it's an employee, of the work zone intrusion. The worst cases, as we know, we lose lives to that. And at all points, we put our folks in harm's way. This gives you a sense of what's transpiring. The good news is that we are on a low. It's going down. If you take a look at the spend, that gives you a sense of the capital money that's on the system on that year. That gives you a sense. So basically, what that tells you is how per that number, how many barrels are up. Obviously, when there's more money spent, there's more barrels up. Gives you a sense of the number of crashes. So we're tending in the right direction. Clearly, traffic has been down this year. There's no question. And some cases can be made there that lower traffic is harmful in this area because there's no queues. But we just wanted to give you the snapshot of where we're at with our work zone crashes, and we continue to look forward to the partnership with you all to eventually getting that number to 0. Key part of this is what that AWZSE stands for is automated work zone speed enforcement. And this is another partnership with PennDOT and also with the great work of our state police partner. This gives you a sense of as it's been deployed in this past year, a sense of how many deployments have taken place. Also gives you a sense of the amount of speeders that are in the percent of speed. That gives you a sense. We have had folks get tracked at over 100 miles an hour through our work zones. As crazy as that sounds, it is true. So this program has been a valuable tool in the effort. We hope that this happens, that this program works a lot like Maryland's did, and that it doesn't produce revenue, it just produces good behavior. That's been the goal. The beauty of this program is, and the vendor itself, is that it's easily deployable. It can be deployed at location, doesn't require a lot of setup. The vendor's done a nice job in getting there once we have to get through sort of the posted awareness that we have to post. But it's been a great partnership, and if this hasn't been into your work zones yet, I assure you and hope it'll certainly be there this coming year. At this point, it's my pleasure to turn it over to our chief engineer, Brad Heigl, who's going to walk you through, like I said, some of the highlights of last year's program and some of the look ahead of what's coming here to date. So Brad, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Are you going to continue keeping the PowerPoint up, Mark? Or?
I just did the stop sharing. Do you want me to continue?
Sure. That would be helpful if you could, please. Making it earn your paper.
You got it. You got it.
Okay. Well, good morning. Thanks, Mark, and good morning, everyone. Can appreciate the opportunity, and Charlie and Gary, you guys do a great job putting on this conference every year. Like Mark said, just going to touch on a couple things, and really wanted to start with a slide that I actually showed over at APC in November, and I'm sure many of you have seen it. But I always think it's good to kind of start telling a story from the base up. And again, we went through and we're about halfway through our fiscal year 21 year. However, I want to talk a little bit about how we did last year. And this is a snapshot of fiscal year 20. And again, as we had done for the last couple of years, even in the heart of a pandemic that significantly impacted construction at the start of the 20 construction season, we were still able to deliver a capital plan within 4% of actual to budget, which is again a great accomplishment and something that obviously is a partnership. Again, it took a lot of work, not only from my staff's perspective, but from all the stakeholders we have out there, the contractors, the vendors, the suppliers. A little bit about our 2020 accomplishments. Again, we continue to advance our reconstruction program. Parts of the Southern Beltway are being completed and hopefully will be open later in this calendar year. And again, multiple miles of mill and pave accomplished. Like Mark said, as part of this the year with the pandemic and the revenue issues, again, we did have a voluntary departure program. And I mentioned it, just want to make sure everyone's aware of it, that we did lose 2 key people on the construction side. Terry Dreher, who was our material manager for many years, left us and has been replaced by Chris Forey. And I have all the confidence that Chris will continue to deliver the quality that we're looking for from a material perspective. On the construction side, John Osmock left us. And again, in lieu of replacing him, Mike Schock and myself had assessed the program and asked Steve Horovich to extend his coverage area as a senior construction manager out to the Blue Mountain Tunnel, and Bernie Bidlin extended westward to Blue Mountain. So right now, we have not replaced John, but again, I think we still have the key and appropriate folks involved in our construction program to continue to deliver. As you can see, again, used about 570,000 tons of asphalt, 93% received 100% payment. Again, our goal is to get that, continue to improve upon that. Again, as we look through the statistics this year, again, it's typically 1 or 2 vendors that struggle to get to that number. But again, we're here to help. So again, if you're struggling as a producer, get Chris involved, and again, we'll work with you to hopefully correct the deficiencies. Again, the number of defective lots continues to decrease. Again, a very good average pavement density, and again, a very good IR on jobs that were completed. If you look at the next slide, Mark. If you look at the 2020 bid results, again, heavy emphasis in 2 areas that primarily affect the folks here at PAPA. Again, our total reconstruction program. Again, a big part of the 128 million that was bid this year was one reconstruction project out in Somerset. And again, we continue to advance many roadway projects. Again, as we've assessed our capital plans for the last couple of years, again, our reconstruction program isn't where we want it to be from a funding standpoint. So again, counter to that is we have increased the number of mill and pave asphalt resurfacings we have out there. In certain areas on the turnpike, the return on investment is not great, but we recognize obviously we have a paying customer and need to provide to them an excellent ride. So again, we're trying to balance those 2 programs and get to that sweet spot where we're making the appropriate investment, but at times we need to make the investments that's right for our customers. Start looking at our 2020 anticipated bids. Next slide, Mark. Yeah, thank you. Again, you can see some pretty big numbers here. And again, like Mark said, we've been working very closely with Rick Dreher, our CFO. When we set our fiscal year 21 capital plan up, we took about a 25% reduction, not knowing exactly where our traffic and revenue was going to lead us. With the work of our CFO and his department, we are actually in a very good spot. I mean, obviously our debt load continues to increase as part of the Act 89 payments, but from a cash on hand standpoint, we're not in a bad spot. And again, working with Rick, it appears now that we're going to be able to deliver a fiscal year 22 capital plan that is numbers very similar to what was pre-pandemic, which is good news for all you folks. As you can see here, again, these numbers are fairly large for fiscal year, for this upcoming calendar year for bids. I will warn you that we do have a couple projects in there embedded within the bidding schedule that are kind of either or. We're likely going to deliver one or the other project. We're advancing both concurrently, not knowing exactly which one will get to clearance and the finish line first. So again, at the end of the day, we will not be bidding 568, but probably closer to about 500 million for calendar year 21. Next slide, Bob. Again, a few items that I mentioned. Again, we did bid the reconstruction out in Somerset. Again, that is a key project from my perspective. When that project is completed, we will have reconstructed the turnpike, much of which is the original turnpike from Irwin Interchange and milepost 67 all the way out to Allegheny Tunnel and milepost 122. That will all be full depth bituminous resurfacing or reconstruction. Again, and also we bid a resurfacing down east or here in 226 to 236 between Carlisle and Gettysburg Pike. We do have our first thin lift overlay, again, working closely with Charlie and Gary. Again, we identified a project we think that really fits the bill of that technology and that mindset in delivering a project. So we're looking forward to seeing how that goes through construction and obviously how it performs through the course of the next couple of years. Next slide, please. Again, just looking ahead, again, the reconstruction, again, finishing up the Southern Beltway. We do about 40 miles of mill and pave to be put out this year, and anticipating approximately 280,000 tons of asphalt in 2021. Here are a few of the projects. Again, we talked a little bit about the thin lift overlay. We do have 3 micro surfacings coming out. All of these are in areas that have been reconstructed, showing some potential issues, especially with stage construction. So the thought was the micro surfacing would again provide us a good means to kind of continue the life of the pavement through the next couple of years. Again, the reconstructions that are pending between 324 and 326, that's probably one of the projects that if it gets cleared will be bid this year. The A38, A43, which is the extension of the next piece of the Northeast extension from the project that was just opened, that is funded in our capital plan and is on the bidding schedule for the 4th quarter of this calendar year. Again, a number of different asphalt resurfacings. That list probably has doubled since I spoke in November virtually in the Hershey APC conference. Again, that's working closely with our finance folks and again being able to deliver some projects at a critical time when you're all looking for work and we have many needs. So again, trying to provide some opportunities out there as projects are moved forward. I think that's the last slide, Mark. So again, appreciate the time. Very quick snapshot of our program coming up. And obviously, Mark and myself are available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I got at least one question here, perhaps two. Let me just ask it here. The question is, what studies have been performed to know whether the tolling program, and I think they're talking about the bridge tolling program, is financially viable and that the gantry locations will produce toll revenue to pay for expensive P3 financing. So that's, I don't know, Mark or Brad, whoever wants to field that question.
Yeah, and here again, PennDOT's running point on that program, on that project. Each of the projects are being looked at on a case-by-case basis, and the requirement, from my understanding, is to make sure that it is totally funded by the toll revenue. So that's going to change the cost of the toll. It's going to have to be larger scale projects with significant ADT. But your point's a good one, and this has been done hand in hand with federal highways, and there are various studies that they are doing as part of that effort to ensure just what you said, that it is revenue sufficient. And as we can tell you, diversion's a key part of that. So it's an understanding of who's going to go a different route. It's all those sort of things. But that's all part of the process. And that's why the first phase of this isn't 60, 70, 80 bridges. And that's why they're talking in terms of 7, 8, 9, 10. So stay tuned, but keep an open mind, because I know that's been a struggle for some of us through this effort. Keep an open mind and let the process play out. And I hope you see this as a good thing, because it is new revenue, and it's an idea for new revenue, but it's brand new to us. It's brand new in new locations, and it's being done so in an environment to where our customers or the constituents are used to getting something for free to where now they have to pay. So the understanding of this is going to have to be that how close is that bridge to being shut down if we can't do this, or how much new projects come into the area based on the fact that that revenue or the tip dollars aren't required for that project. So PennDOT's, I know, working on their communication plan, so I've probably said more than I should, but in that, just keep an open mind. And again, this is it's a big deal for the Commonwealth, and we really appreciate your partnership with it.
Yeah, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong from what I heard from from the P3 board presentation is it's design, construct, maintain, and finance. And then the toll revenues that are collected, which will be collected by the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, will be used to pay off the financing that's there. And that, I think, what's the horizon, I guess, was one of the other follow-up questions, is what's the horizon maybe for, you know, bidding this first project? Do you have any thoughts on that? Either you or Brad?
What I can tell you, and again, I think you got Melissa coming on who would be better suited to answer some of these questions. But I do know that the goal is to have one or two of these projects being able to be bid within the next 24 months would be the goal. It's an aggressive goal, but if everything falls into place, and as you know, they're moving quickly on the design and on the permitting part of this, to hopefully have a couple of these lined up that they can get a couple bidded within the next 24 months. She or Ken would be better to speak to what they're calling the progressive P3, which I know has some of the components that you walk through, but I think some of that does continue to evolve onto all aspects of the maintenance and construction, the finance, and those sort of things. So I think stay tuned. I think they'll be out with some more details on that.
Here's one other question, Mark. Act 44 daylights, correct? I think the question is next June 2022. And what's your construction program going to look like after Act 44 daylights? Do you have any idea? Is it going to be a little bigger, or is it going to be pretty much what it is now, I guess, is what the questioner is asking?
It's a really good question, and I must tell you, Brad, Rick, and I are having a lot of those conversations now. So the biggest fear and why we continue to hold back to a certain degree is the fear that they change the law. Now they have to actively change the law on us to extend that time frame, but realizing it's $400 million to the general fund, it's a big number right now. You know, so we continue to advocate to get out of that. If we get out of that, now that's assurances back to the rating agencies and the folks that hold our bond that we're out of this free and clear. So that's a key part of this. What it does is it allows us to get our rates back to closer to inflationary rates instead of the 6% you're seeing now. And there will be a boost in the capital plan. I don't have the exact numbers for you yet as we continue to work through it. But keep in mind, it's still 30-year money. So we got 30 years until we pay off the bond that'll be written next year. So that'll start to evolve, and we'll be able to get a more robust plan. But really what we need right now is the freedom of knowing we're not burdened with that anymore. And candidly, just to hit back, this is a big part why we're so excited to be part of the tolling opportunities that PennDOT's providing, because it shows that the Turnpike can do something other than write a $450 million check every year. So it allows us to be a partner in getting revenue and doing it in a different manner. So that's another key reason why we're excited. But we do expect that the plan, if we get the all clear that we're out of Act 44, the plan will go up. I don't have percentages yet, but it will be a more robust plan that really, candidly, should be based on the fact that it's an 80-year-old roadway now.
Well, that looks like it as far as questions. They're leaving you off the hook pretty easy today, but that was an excellent presentation, Mark and Brad. And on behalf of the association, we appreciate you continuing to be one of our partners, and we appreciate you because you've done this every year, I think, for the last 6-7 years coming on. You're usually first, so we appreciate you getting us off this morning to a good start, and best of luck this year with the construction program at the Turnpike. Stay safe and stay well.
Great.
Thank you.
Charlie, I just do one more plug. First of all, thank you for your partnership. We've been friends for a long time, so thank you for your partnership and support of what we do here. Last thing I'll plug for you is just ask, our one thing that COVID has done is really brought innovation to the forefront for the PTC, innovations in all types. your members are well known and versed as being the first to do a lot of stuff in this new technology. Don't forget about us as it relates to all things related to innovation. If you got a better way of doing it, Brad and his folks are all ears. So just put a plug in to know that we do have an innovation council that now sits monthly and looking and evaluating all things related to innovation. So if you have anything you'd like to put in front of us, we're certainly all ears. And now is a great time to do those type of things because we do have folks eager to be more efficient in all aspects. So anything you have on that front, we're all ears. But again, thanks for everything, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Mark and Brad. And I don't know if you guys are considering e-ticketing, but PennDOT's now announced they're going to do 2-3 pilots in every district. So if you'd like to jump on board that, I'm sure PennDOT would get you on the team and we can try that out with you guys.
Definitely something we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on now to Melissa Batula. And Melissa, I'm going to make you our presenter. So you can bring your presentation up whenever you get the opportunity. You should be able to bring it up. Let me introduce Melissa. So Melissa was appointed to Deputy Secretary for Highway Administration in January of 2020. It's hard to believe, Melissa, it's been a year already, but I got to say, you've had a lot of opportunity the last year in a lot of different ways that you probably didn't expect. Melissa holds the distinction of being the first female Deputy Secretary for Highway Administration. She manages a staff of 9,000 employees, and she's began her career in the private sector from 1987 to 2006 her role grew and developed from a draft person to a senior design engineer. So she joined PennDOT in 2006 as a senior civil engineer, where she has progressed through the department in various management positions, including chief of the Accelerated Bridge Program, assistant chief bridge engineer, and as asset management division chief in the Bureau of Maintenance and Operations. That's where I really got to know Melissa when I worked at PennDOT. And she's also served as acting director of the Bureau of Project Delivery, 2018 to 2020 when she was appointed. She's a native of Lingelstown, Pennsylvania, and she's been a professional engineer since 2002. So Melissa, I'm going to turn the program over to you. Once again, we appreciate you doing this for us this year. And Melissa, you've got an hour, so you've got plenty of time, and hopefully our attendees ask plenty of questions. So thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Charlie. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound good.
All right. All right, so as you said, wow, what a difference a year makes, Charlie. So last year when I was presenting in front of your group here, it was actually my first presentation as Deputy Secretary, so it was pretty exciting. It's still exciting today, but wow, what a lot has changed in the last year. I'll say I've never been as proud of our organization as I have been this last year. I think it really has shown really just great determination as quickly as we were able to adapt to the changing circumstances that were to be 2020, and adapt and innovate along the way to really not only deal with what we were dealing, but I'd say also advance us moving forward. So I'm going to share a little bit on those advancements today and cover some different topic areas. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right in. So there we go. So I'm going to cover a little bit safety. I definitely want to lead with that and all the strides we've made this year. I'd say to promote safety in all the different aspects, whether it's keeping our staffing safe, both internally and of course all of our industry partners, and what we're doing for the work zones to keep those safe and the public at large. I want to get into the expansion of our relationships, and I'll say get into some of those discussions with diversity, inclusion, and equity, both kind of where we've been and where we need to go. Of course, get into the program itself and all that that entails. And then I do want to touch on the Pathways program. I kind of heard the tail end of some of the discussions that you were having with Mark Compton. Hopefully I can answer some of those questions because as Mark rightly said, you know, although they're certainly our partners throughout all of this, this is a PennDOT program. And then get into really what that's going to mean for our program outline or program outlook. So again, I'm going to lead with safety. So this is very exciting. I'll say, you know, when you look back to where we were in March, you know, when we were first trying to deal with the pandemic, there was so much uncertainty. We didn't have guidelines at all. What we did know is that our first priority was to make sure we were maintaining life-sustaining operations for the hospitals. So this is before all the hospitals had ventilators. They didn't even have the PPEs that they needed to deal with the pandemic. And really, we were singularly focused on making sure we could ramp up the medical community to deal with, you know, the pandemic that was to come. Little did any of us know at that time how long this was going to go and all that it would entail. We did temporarily suspend our construction program, of course, in the middle of March. Within the next day, we started working with a team to try to establish what those safety protocols were going to be under COVID. And I will say that the team did a phenomenal job and has been highly successful. Within 2 weeks, we restarted some projects, and then that building up to May 1st when we were able to restart them all. And this chart just shows a little bit of a taste of how successful we've been. So the red line shows the total COVID cases we saw on the job sites, the construction job sites, through the end of October. And you'll see there that we've really only seen 40, despite the nearly $8 billion worth of construction projects that were active when this all began. So all the efforts that we put into making sure we kept that workforce safe, especially on the job site, has certainly paid off in the long run. So stepping outside of the COVID, you know, as in many things, there were so many stressors happening with COVID. And we think that was contributing to, we had numerous very serious injuries on the job site this year, unfortunately, you know, not related to the pandemic at all. This is just a real stark reminder of just how dangerous our construction sites are and how just that losing focus for a moment can be the difference between a serious debilitating injury or even a fatality. So recognizing what we were seeing, it was important that we just really stop and raise awareness into the dangers on the work zone, and really just take that time to say, you know, stop, look, and listen. You know, get yourself out of those situations. If you see somebody in an unsafe situation, get them out, and really let's have this dialogue. So internally, we had a safety stand down day for our maintenance forces in September. And then working with all of you, we were able to come up with the training, the talking points, the safety talks, and really just the framework for having an industry-wide safety stand down day on October 5th. This was all voluntary, and I thank you so much for your participation in this. And this is one of those things that we'd like to make sure that we continue to focus on. Again, just that general reminder, let's stop what we're doing, focus on safety on the job site, and make this into an annual event. So again, thank you everybody. Really appreciate your participation. Next, I want to talk about something that I don't think we talk about enough, especially in the construction industry, and that's suicide. When we're looking at the pandemic, you know, this has been a major challenge in so many different ways, and mental health is just one of those. Between the loss of routines, you know, many of us weren't able to get together with our families like we would have liked over the holidays. It's been a time of increased feelings of isolation that just exasperate any mental health concerns. You know, the rates or the stats on suicide is rather staggering. So one suicide every 11 minutes. When you look at it in the construction arena, it's actually very alarming. Again, this is not something we talk about near enough. The suicide rate for men in construction's about twice that of what it is for other parts of the population, and that includes those that are out of work. So if you really think about that, it's a higher prevalence in the construction industry. 5 times is greater than the fatality of construction injuries themselves. Again, it's a problem we just really haven't been talking about. So I really implore you, especially this time of year when perhaps you're not having that daily contact with your staff, reach out, just check in on people, see how they're doing. Make sure everybody knows that there's resources out there. This is just one. This is a suicide prevention lifeline, and the number for that. There's just a lot we can do. And again, the first step, I think, is to being comfortable talking about it. This is something in the construction industry. I think we get tied up on being tough and resilient, and we forget to check in and see how people really are. I'll be sharing a copy of this afterwards. So we've got a whole lot of links that you can look to share, again, just to make sure you get that word out. But again, please just reach out, just check in on folks, see how they're doing. Like I said, especially under this pandemic that's just brought so many challenges to us. Okay, stepping into the last area I wanted to talk with as far as our workforce, and that's keeping them safe in the work zones, especially from those speeding motorists and all that's happened with everybody's participation here. We were able to get the automated work zone enforcement legislation passed, and we did kick that off in 2020. In fact, we kicked it off about 2 weeks before we ended up having the suspension of work under the pandemic. It's just how this year would roll. But we did immediately get it back up and running again in the April timeframe once we started restarting those critical and emergency projects. So that being said, we're seeing some early successes. I'd say, so remember we capture data on all those speeding through the work zones, but the ones we really focus in on are those excessive speeders, or those going 11 miles per hour or more above the posted speed limit. And we saw for those, and that's the ones that we ticket, by the way. So what we saw was when we were in April, we actually saw an uptick in the number of excessive speeding through the work zones, somewhat related to the lower traffic volumes. And this is something we were seeing nationwide. So at that time in April, we were saying 8% of the people traveling through those work zones were excessively speeding, so 11 miles per hour or greater. As this panned out, as we started getting those citations out there, we have been changing those behaviors. So by the time we got to October, we had dropped that down to about 3%. So from 8% down to 3%. We've still got room to go for the improvement. When we look to Maryland and what they were able to achieve with their program, now they've been at it about 10 years, but they were able to drive that down to about 1 to 1.5% traveling through the work zones that were excessively speeding. So again, down to 3% is great, but we've got some more room to go. Overall, if you're just curious on some of the numbers, we saw about 1,400 deployments through September, and we were on track to hit 2,000 by the time we got to the end of the year. We had over 165,000 violations, and again, trending upwards to more like 200,000 by the time we got to the end of the year. The repeat rate is about 12% what we were seeing. So that's what it takes in order to actually get to that fine violation, because the first one's a warning. So it's those repeat offenders that are actually starting to see those fines come in. And that most of our violations have been in barrier protected work zones. So that's about 32% have been in that category. So again, very pleased overall between what we've done both as an industry in conjunction with the Turnpike to drive that down. And we'll continue to monitor this to again continue to make progress to again increase the safety of our work zones. All right, lastly, moving into the last piece of safety is really what this means for our motorists overall. So are we making sure that our roads themselves are safe? And I say this was a good news, bad news. So in 2019, we saw our fatalities hit the lowest since we've been keeping track. So going back to 1928, down to 1,059 for 2019. That being said, although that was a historic low number, we still have over 1,000 motorists that are losing their lives on Pennsylvania highways. So any deaths too many, especially when when it's somebody you love, and everybody is somebody that they love. So of course we need to continue to drive that number down. I will say that early indicators nationwide are that 2020 is going to actually see an uptick in fatality numbers, because although traffic volumes were very low in terms of other years, and I'll cover that a little bit later in my presentation. In some cases, what that meant was some of those that are more reckless, I'll say, in their driving behaviors, took it to extremes, because without the congestion to slow down the traffic, they were speeding at very high rates of speeds, and will most likely see an uptick in fatalities once we get the final numbers for 2020. The second part I wanted to touch on, and that's to the right side of the graphic, and this is our pedestrian and bicycle related serious injuries and fatalities. And this is another area that we definitely have to start paying more attention to. You know, it's not just about the cars. Although 2019 was a little lower than it had been in 2018, if you kind of take a look at that chart, we're not yet trending in a negative direction. We're still trending flat line at best, and perhaps even increasing in those regards. So again, you know, when we're looking about safety, we're talking about safety. We have to make sure that we provide that safe space for those non-motorists to be able to be on our roadways and feel safe, so that they can be out there participating even more, you know, as part of active transportation. You really think about it, we want to drive people's healthy behaviors, healthy habits, if you will, but they can't do that unless they feel safe being out there and being able to participate in those events. So again, everything we need to do to focus on being multimodal and look at all modes of transportation, not just the cars. Okay, shifting over from safety, I want to talk a little bit about relationships, especially as it gets into equity. A lot of movement in this space again in 2020, although it was in a virtual setting. We did focus on our diverse business and those supportive services. So we had a regional symposium in September, again, where we're trying to increase the outreach to those diverse businesses, with the goal of really trying to increase that participation overall. We have been expanding the use of our small business pilots. So if you recall, 2018 or 2 years ago, we did the bridge, where we were doing bridge designs, and then last year we were piloting construction inspection. So we were able to put those out, that they were small business focused, very successful so far. I think the next step for that will be, how can we formalize that into beyond pilot programs? How do we make that part of our overall program moving forward, so it's not just these pilots? I'll say internally, this one I'm very proud of, our District 8 Trust Program. So this was focused on promoting women in the industry, and really building them up, encourage them for their future careers. And that's been an award-winning program for the department. Training, everything we're doing to work on the job training, increasing that pilot work, and what that means for maintaining the system moving forward. So we've developed internal tools for better tracking the training program overall. And I'll say latest, we've been moving into this mentor protege program. So it's one that we identified, that how do we take a smaller company that's maybe been doing sub work, how do we get them comfortable in performing as a prime, and all that means that goes into that. So we've been looking to try to establish mentor programs where we can actually take a seasoned contractor and have them work with an up and coming firm, and really help them understand the ins and outs of doing business, not just with PennDOT, but actually performing as a prime. So we're still in the initial phases of that. We're kind of working through that framework, but more to come with that. And this is an area, you know, I just challenge each of you, you know, what are you doing to increase that? You know, when you take the step back, diversity is making sure you have a broad spectrum of ideals and perspectives, and you have those different voices at the table. You know, inclusion's making sure that they feel like they belong, so they have something of value and they're valued by everybody. And then equity is just really being fair. You know, how do we make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity based on where they're at? Not, you know, not equality. That's a little bit different. You know, it's not that everybody gets the same. You know, equity is getting to that fairness. Is how are we treating them fair, so everybody has an open opportunity. So we all have lots of work on in this realm, I'd say to get better on, and I'd say I challenge you. So what are you doing? What are you doing to promote diversity and inclusion within your firms, and how are we getting to that equity point to where we can make sure that everybody's got an opportunity to participate in the program we have out there. So again, more to come, but I appreciate everybody's efforts in that regard. Okay, I'm going to move through this one pretty quick just because I think you know all the committees we're on. We did add this industry forum that we're working on, so we'll be having those quarterly now with the association executives. I know Charlie has been participating in those. And then TQI, very, very excited for this. This is a Transportation Quality Initiative. I'll say I'll just point to two of the bigger ones that probably the most relevant here. We've been working through the design build best value to have that as a tool that we can all use, and then working to alternative dispute resolution moving forward, as well as shop drawing reviews. I'm going to speed up here a little bit. So on the asset management side, I'm going to cover some different areas here. So this is, I know I'm talking to the pavement folks, but I'll cover the bridges a little bit. I know this is a busy chart. Don't try to read the numbers. It just gives you a really good snapshot. Green's the inventory of good things we have. Red's the inventory of poor. So this is showing positive trends. We're reducing the poor bridges, increasing the good bridges. That's good. But with current funding, we're showing that that's going to start tracking in the opposite direction moving forward. On the pavement side, same type of scenario, but the blue now is your excellent pavements. I'd say that one's been a little bit closer to being flatline. We've kind of been holding our own on both the inventory of poor and the inventory of excellent. And I'd say moving forward, we're projecting losing some ground in that regard, perhaps not as quickly as we have on the bridge side, but we are going to start seeing, I'll say, increases in poor roads and a slight decrease in excellent roads moving forward, just based on the limits of funding. And then the asset management, of course, we're still working towards lowest life cycle cost and really what that means for our program. So we did get that certified by Federal Highways actually in 2019. So now we're kind of working towards the phase where we take those approaches, those asset management focused, where perhaps you're not replacing the poorest bridge, but instead you're working on a bridge to keep it in good condition, and keeping that as a primary focus as you look at the dollars we have and make the very best use to every single one of them to get that best performance of the system overall. So we're working now to kind of get that integrated into how we program our projects, so that portfolio that we have on the street is really that blend based on the funding we do have. So we're still that's kind of where we're at with the asset management implementation. All right, want to spend some time here on our innovations. Very happy with what's been coming out of the Asphalt Paving Quality Committee. So appreciate everybody's participation there. So we have seen the high wrap mixes. So you've got the 9.5 and the 19 millimeter. That's in special provision, so those are in use. The 25 millimeter, we're working on that right now, so it's in the finalization stage. We've been working on an SMA with 10% wrap. So right now we're doing those as demonstration pilots in districts 11 and 4. So more to come on that. We're looking at where we can use contractor quality control test results for that acceptance process, and what that's going to mean for us moving forward. I'm sure you're all aware of this. We've been reducing our number of mixed designs and developing proposals for reducing reduce the gyration levels overall. Okay, so hands-on local acceptance. We've been working on that for our SMAs as well, and to see what options we are going to have on the SMA, because that hasn't been there before. This one's really exciting. I know at least one of the members here proposed this to us. So virtual acceptance, asphalt acceptance testing. So this is a pilot we're doing. This is 100% on the state funded, off the federal aid system, where we're conducting the actual acceptance testing is being done by the producer's lab, and then we're actually watching remotely. So the department rep is watching it through the camera system to see what's been happening virtually. So again, very excited for that pilot. And the subcommittee have been working through the NECEP different mixture performance testing, and then of course research overall. So again, really thank everybody for their participation with that committee. Been doing lots of great stuff. Okay, so quality, where we've been for as far as our mixture acceptances. So this is one that we have been generally, we're still making improvements overall. I'd say 2020, we saw some, I'll say a downward trend slightly, not huge at this point, probably very related to some of the disruptions we saw with 2020. So the standard deviation, we saw somewhat of an increase in that, and we saw a decrease in percent within plus or minus 0.2 of our job mix formula targets. So again, overall, the trends look good, but we had a little bit of a blip or a downturn, if you will, in 2020. So we'll be monitoring that. Hopefully we can get that back, I'll say, going in the correct direction for 2021. As far as where we're at with RAP, no big surprise here is remain the strong performance there. These are the green lines actually where we're using our payments with RAP. Both hot mix and warm mix was the historic data for this graph, and then those without on the black in the bottom there. So we saw a slight increase in 2020 for the use with RAP, and then of course a corresponding decrease in those without. So again, still seeing strong performance with the use of RAP overall. Okay, so the numbers of just the raw numbers, where we're at with raw milled RAP for each of the districts. Not surprising in 2020, we did see a decrease, but this is more related to the overall reduction in the amount of paving that we were able to do in 2020, with rare exception there in District 4. And District 3 saw a slight increase as well. But overall, it's down. But again, as I just shared in the prior slide, that's not really reflective of the RAP. That's just reflective of the size of the program we had for 2020. Okay, so percents within limits, where we're at with that one, of course, as everybody I'm sure is aware, we did release in the new version of 408, the 2020 version. We did do away with the HMA and WMA, so the warm mix sections of the 408, and have a brand new section 413 spec that covers both. So a little bit different approach overall, but overall going well. So now we're going to be moving to the evaluation phase for our pavement performance. So we've collected information on the percent within limits data from BOMA's working through this right now. We've collected speed deflectometer testing information for about 80 miles. And now we're going to be looking at the potential moving forward to see if that's information that we can or should share in the bid packages to help remove or limit the risk moving forward. So again, we're in that evaluation phase, but excited for that as well. We've got a partnership with AASHTO, this resource, if you will, for lab assessments. And then we've been working towards partnerships for doing additional training, NESEP training, through our asphalt field and plant technical refresher courses. All right, so what's coming next? The asphalt rich base course, the 408 spec for all full depth pavement applications, and we're working towards that. The next big thing we got to work through is the rutting and cracking testing pilots. So we're gathering data right now on how to implement those rutting and cracking tests for the better pavement performance over time. So more to come on that. We're still working through the recycled asphalt shingles. We have a research project with Penn State that's looking at this to see if we can find a rational process for being able to use these are post-consumer shingles overall in our pavements. As I mentioned earlier, we're working on the use of RAP in SMA, so a 10% RAP allowance, and we're looking at research for that to make a more economical SMA. And this would be used on collector routes. And let's see. Rejuvenators, that's another area that we're looking at a Penn State research project to find out the long-term advantages or disadvantages of those rejuvenators. We're also looking at a national pooled fund study on pavement preservation overall. So again, a lot in the works, a lot more that we're evaluating, and that kind of sets where we're going to go, I'd say, with as far as the long life asphalt pavement. We're gathering a whole bunch of the best practices that we're seeing based on some pilots we're have coming out in 2021. We're looking at pilot specifications for requiring the use of the Hamburg wheel track testing for the rutting and cracking tolerances and indexes for those cracking. So we'll gather that information from those pilots and then see if we can validate that test for setting those reasonable limits in the future. And then ultimately where we're going to go with this is really using the research that we've been talking about and get this all evaluated to see if where we turn this into in the future. So again, more to come on long life, but lots of movement and a lot of research going on that's contributing to those efforts. Okay, innovation. I'm going to move through some of these kind of quick here, folks. So no big surprise. We've been, one of the industry leaders, I'd say, nationwide with the use of e-construction. So we continue to come up with different mobile apps to help us do our jobs better. I'd say I find this rather exciting on my point. This year, we're going to be looking at the use of augmented reality goggles and for virtual inspections and for use on the construction site. So really through these goggles, maybe think about it that the person in the field can be looking at, say, a bridge, and meanwhile that is streaming back to the office. So everybody in the office has really that same vision that that person in the field seeing. Certainly definitely a COVID-friendly tool, but it's more than that. It's also being able to overlay the plans, if you will, or the models in that case with those goggles to be able to see it real time in construction. So we'll be piloting those both on the construction side and on the bridge side. The use of drones, of course, we piloted additional use of the unmanned aerials on the construction side for inspection, and we're going to be moving that into the bridge inspection space here. And then I know Charlie talked about e-ticketing with the Turnpike. We will be doing pilots, 3 different pilots in each district this year using e-ticketing. So again, lots more to come on that front as well. This one's really exciting to me too. We talked about the work zones and the automated work zone. When we start thinking about the autonomous and connected vehicle space, this is an area that it's very important that we get better communication, I'll say, with the vehicles so they can navigate the work zones. This has been one area that is probably the most dynamic for us, and it's harder to pin down for those vehicles. So this is an area where we really need to start working collaboratively with both the private sector and, of course, us and our partners to find ways that we can start having the communication between the vehicles and the work zone devices. So again, to assist those vehicles being able to navigate our work zones and to make them more predictable over time. So we did get a grant for that. We're going to be working towards that overall to really, again, trying to evaluate how we can use high definition mapping in the work zones and again, getting that connection overall. There's a lot more to come on this, but again, exciting space. I'll say this is similar to what we've been working on. You know, we've got the start track that we're working on that we should see opened up in the 2023 timeframe for the testing of autonomous and connected vehicles. But again, so much to come in this exciting space overall. Okay, digital delivery. The last big innovation I wanted to talk through is just where we're going with digital delivery with PennDOT. So this is by 2025, we're going to start using the model, if you will, as the contractual document for construction sites. We have a lot of work to go to get to that point by 2025, but it's very exciting. I'd say the pandemic has really given us that good reason why we need to go here, why we need to divorce ourselves maybe from those traditional plans or the holdover PDAs that have gotten us there, and really embrace the use of the technology we have and to get it directly into the constructor's hands. So we're building straight off of those. So this year we completed the strategic plan. We had lots of industry outreach as part of that, which kind of formulated that strategic plan. And now it's going to be moving into that implementation phase. So what you can expect to see is more complex pilots as we mature in our use of these models as that contractual element, building up to that 2025 timeframe when the goal is to really have our showcase pilots that are going to be using that model in all elements of delivery. Now, I say all elements, of course, there'll be some restrictions. Things like right of way and those type of things will probably be in the traditional space for a while. But again, there's so much more to come on that. Very excited for that direction that we're going to see. All right, the program itself, so where we're at with it, no big surprise. This is kind of where we landed for 2020. We were originally hoping to get to 2.2, and then that was, COVID hit. We, of course, had to make the many program adjustments. We landed just under $1.6 billion for 2020 is where we landed. So what does that mean for composition? We're still running somewhere in the neighborhood of 60% of our programs highway, and we're projecting that in the future. And then 23% to 24% bridge, and the remaining the other category, other. And then this is the stats for as far as those material trends. So not a big surprise when you look at how small the program ended up shrinking to last year. We were down to the 4.2 tons of asphalt, and then I'll jump down to the aggregates, and you're seeing down to 5.4. So what are we projecting for 2021? Now this is based off of a $1.9 billion program, and I'll touch on that a little bit more here in a moment. We are seeing a slight increase from last year on the asphalt side and on the aggregate side. So again, a little bit of a recovery, certainly not as large, of course, as we saw in 2019 when we had a $2.2 billion program. I will touch on the concrete to say that was a significant increase for 2021. Those are over, I think it's about 80% of that really is related to projects that we've already bid, and they're going to get into the construction phase in 2021, where you're going to see the higher numbers actually being built. So just that's what's driving that overall. Okay, starting to wind down here a little bit. I just have a few more topics for you. So funding, I'm going to get into that pathways program a little bit. Then I want to get into our COVID impacts and then the cash flow and kind of where we've been with that. So the pathways, so recognizing that, we really don't have enough funding to go along. What different alternatives do we have to address that? And that's where this pathways program comes in. This slide's a bit busy, but really the biggest takeaway I want you to take away from this is that about 3/4 of our funding really comes from federal and state gas tax. We are heavily dependent on the gas tax to do what we do on the highway and bridge side. This is different than other states. Other states will have, partially general funds or different fees involved. For us, we're primarily related to the gas taxes where our funding's coming from. So what jeopardy does this put to our funding? Well, as I just said, as we see decreases in our gas tax revenues, we're seeing more fuel efficient vehicles, we're seeing electric vehicles. As that goes down, which is a good thing when you think about the environment, it's a bad thing in our pocket because it means less dollars, less resources for fixing the roadway and pavement needs. Complicated to that, you've got the unpredictability of the federal funding. They did fortunately pass the reauthorization, but it's just that. There was nothing additional there. And when you look at the federal side, it's really been, the last time there was a federal increase was 1993. Now just think about that, 27 years, and we're not even talking an inflationary impact to that. So that has contributed to the challenges we're seeing. And then of course, most recently, and I'll get into some of these travel patterns in just a little bit here with the COVID travel patterns. So I'll get into the gap here in a minute, but really, although 62% of our funding is for the highways and bridges, we got 86% of our gap. And again, I'll cover that in just a moment. But why are we struggling so much? Well, here's a little bit of a clue here. So these are just general average prices you can expect to pay for these services. $640 a year for TV, over $700 for internet, cell phone, and if you're like me, this is actually relatively cheap. Mine's probably much higher than that, about $900 a year. Electricity, if you're sharing it with somebody, around $670. And then what are you paying in gas tax? About $380 a year. So compared to all these other services, you think about how much you're getting from the roads and bridges. That's the average pay, what the consumer pays for the gas tax. So where's this left us? Okay, the left is the need, about $15 billion a year. The right's about what we have, which is about $6.9 billion. So that gives you that $8 billion gap in funding. So of course we need that for keeping the roads in a state of good repair, reducing that congestion and improve safety. You know, why does it matter? Well, on the trucking side, you know, if we're not dealing with the bridges, if we're not taking care of the roads as we need to, and we should have to post or weight restrict a bridge, you're talking about adding miles and times to the truckers' movements, which are going to add a considerable number of hours to what they're doing, and of course increase those costs overall. And then the same thing on the consumer side. So think about it this way: although you're paying less than $400 a year in gas tax, when you look at the cost, the additional cost you have by not dealing with these the issues that we have, of more like $550 a year due to additional fuel and car maintenance costs. So think about it that way. So how about we tap into some of those and start using them on the roads instead? So that brought us to the point we'd have to do something. Again, hence the Pathways program. So what does all that mean? What are some different options that we might have to fund transportation differently? Spot tolling, managed lanes, congestion pricing, corridor tolling, road user charges. You know, if you think about gas tax, it was developed as a proxy for a user charge. That's exactly what it was. The more you drove, the more you paid. But with the electric vehicles and the efficiencies we're seeing, that's no longer the case. So the long game is probably this road user charges, where you pay per mile that you drive. Again, kind of going back to how the gas tax was initiated, but we're just not there yet. It's probably a little premature. And then, of course, you always have the option of fee or tax increases. But of course, those have limits as far as how long they're viable. We already talked about the vulnerability of using the gas tax. So that's where we came up with this PennDOT's Major Bridge P3 initiative. So we're accelerating the new bridges so we can keep them safe and to provide a new way, a financially sustainable way of dealing with those bridge needs specifically. So this was approved by the P3 board in November. We're working through environmental clearances and everything that goes with that. And we're beginning to start looking at what that P3 framework might be for those types. We've been doing industry outreach. I know we had one just a couple of weeks ago, an information session, and we'll start increasing how many meetings we have with that moving forward. So what's this mean on the public side? So what we've been doing is when we look at all those, I'm just going to back up a moment. When you look at all these different options and how those might play out, those are all included in what we're calling this PEL, or it's a Planning and Environmental Linkage document. That's really setting that framework as to how we start looking at funding differently for Pennsylvania. So we're going through that analysis period right now, and that's going to be wrapping up by the time we get to, I'll say, late spring this year is really the time frame. So we'll be having different public engagements throughout that process as well. And then, of course, what that's going to mean for you. So right now, the first phase, I know Mark was talking about that a little bit, say a dozen bridges or less that we're looking at as far as that first phase, that we're able to use user fees or tolls, if you will, to be able to project the revenue to be able to deliver those bridges. Maybe think about it for this way then. For every time we don't have to have the regular tip dollars tied up in those bridges, that frees up additional revenues that we can use for, I'll say, the rest of the program. So it provides opportunities that way, rather than putting, you know, these are the bridges that are so important that we cannot do them. If we do them, they're going to further handcuff our ability to deliver the rest of the program. So maybe that's a different way of thinking about it. And I know I'm running short on time, so I'm going to go through these kind of quick. This is what we saw with the travel. So right now we're back to about 85%. You saw a big dip in April. You started to see recovery of the traffic. It kind of leveled off in July. This is just comparing to 83. If you know this section in York, what you saw in April was you saw this, I'll say, a muted peak. So your AM and PM commute, whereas about 50% of the traffic it had been, midday more like 35 to 45%. By the time we got to August, this very same route, you're seeing that some of the traffic had returned. So you're about to maybe 20 to 25% of the AM and PM peak reduced, and then a slight reduction in midday. But this is more like an urban setting. If you look at a rural, what you're seeing is more of a mute. You don't really have the AM and the PM peak. So you're just seeing a slight mute of all that traffic overall. So where does that leave you overall? This is kind of like the general model you'll see. We're seeing a reduction in the AM peak around 20 to 25%, PM peak somewhere between 15 and 20. Midday, you're only seeing about a 10 or 15% reduction. So when you're out and about and you say, hey, this looks just like normal, why is everybody saying traffic's down? You're probably in the midday when you're seeing just a slight reduction of where it had been in years past. So all in all, truck traffic's pretty much back. Passenger vehicles somewhere around the 85% mark is kind of where we seem to have leveled out moving forward. All right, so what has all that meant on the dollars we have, and what was with the disruption of the program? So first thing I need everybody to remember is that we're paying on projects that we bid years ago. So when we were having a higher bid opening, those invoices are still coming in every single month. That are even though we have such fewer dollars to spend, they're still coming in at that higher rate because that's how we bid our projects. They're multi-year. We certainly don't bank all that dollars as soon as we bid it and draw it down. We project those future cash flows that we're going to have to be able to pay those bills. So that's where we saw the challenges leading up to the end of last year, where we had pretty much exhausted those funds. And again, it has everything to do with the multi-year nature of our program. And one other here that I wanted to share is that this is kind of the composition. Now, this is design and construction. This one assumes about a $2.7 billion program. And I just really want to point out that the first two wedges, I'll say on the right, at the top there, just slightly less than 25%. That's the state construction dollars that we have in the entire program. The other two, believe it or not, we usually have about $350 million in maintenance funds that make up our annual construction program every year. I know you felt all the squeeze this year when we cut the maintenance budgets, and that reduced how much we could put on the street. But then that large piece of the pie, if you will, that's the federal funding. So that little wedge, if you will, that less than 25% of the program is used to keep that whole federal pot going. So when you're talking about significant reductions in that construction approach by say $400 million, you see that really starts jeopardizing our ability to have access to that federal funding as well. They're very much related, and again, it's actually we use those small amount of funds to really leverage with the federal funds to deliver the program we have. So when that's threatened, it certainly challenges that whole program delivery. Now, I'm sure you also heard that most recently we heard of the federal relief bill. We think right now at this point that's going to mean about $410 million coming to PennDOT, and we think that that's going to help again relieve the most dire, I'll say, situation we had with the cash flow when we were talking about shutting down the program in December. We think that that's going to get us there, or at least help us to get back to some quasi form of normal. But the devil's in the details. We just don't know yet what those rules of engagement for the funds. We do know that they'll be flexible. They're coming from the federal general fund as opposed to the highway trust fund. But we just don't know yet how, again, whether those rules are for how we can actually use those dollars. So we're waiting very anxiously for US DOT to tell us that. So what's this mean overall? So we shared this at APC. This is what we were trying to get to. 1.9 billion is what we were planning for last year. What's still unknown yet is that there was about 300 million from projects that we planned in December. That, will that add to this 1.9 to get us to the 2.2? I think it's just too soon to say. We're still monitoring what's happening on the cash flow front and how much flexibility the federal relief package will really provide us. So I know I ran that right to the end, but will open this up for questions now, Charlie. We do look forward to working working with everybody, especially to deal with the challenges that will be 2021.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. Gary wants to make I guess, a question and a little bit of a comment.
Yeah.
So, Gary, go ahead, Gary.
Melissa, I want to thank you for your excellent presentation. You had a number of very interesting slides there, which I'm going to borrow for some of our future presentations if you would allow me to do that. But particularly, I want to comment on the list of initiatives and innovations that we're working on together that came, most of them being run through the Asphalt Pavement Quality Improvement Committee. And I want to thank you and the department for the opportunity to work collaboratively with you on these initiatives. And some of these initiatives, the genesis for them came from the department, and some from the industry, from national data that we have out there. So I think that we're working together to continue making an already good product even better. That's our goal, is to have longer lasting, a better performing product, which is an asphalt pavement. So thank you for that opportunity, and thank you for your leadership and helping us move those innovations forward.
Yeah, we appreciate all the help with that. You know, we really are stronger together, and we're certainly better. I mean, that kind of brings up the diversity of thought, if you will. So, yeah, I appreciate everything you've done to make sure that we're constantly moving forward in all that we're doing.
So, Melissa, I do have a few questions here. The first one's a kind of a technical question, and I'm going to ask it. You don't have to answer it, because I don't know if you know this one, answer this question or not. I think Gary and or I could probably address it. But it says, since you talked about SMA, and of course the department is starting to utilize more and more SMA, not just even on long life asphalt pavement projects, but on other places, particularly on the interstate where it makes sense. But the question was, has PennDOT had any discussion on not using fibers in SMA because of using warm mix? And the question there is because some warm mix additives prevent drain down of the asphalt due to because there are lower temperatures. That's probably not one you can. I'm not sure if you can field. I'd be really impressed.
Nope, sorry, I'm gonna have to disappoint you on that one there, Charlie. I'll have to get my folks to look into that one. I just don't know.
I'll just let Gary. So, I like to ask the questions because somebody took the time to throw it out there. So I'll let Gary say, just give us a brief answer on that.
Well, let me say real quickly that there's some additives to the asphalt binder that allow that asphalt binder to be more viscous and allow the film thickness on the aggregate to stay there to reduce drain down. But right now, some states do allow that, not too many, but it's something that let's say it's something that we're looking at right now. We don't allow that, but we're looking at it as an industry and as APQIC.
But here's one for you, Melissa, that has the federal stimulus package, and I guess that's the COVID-19 relief package passed by Congress, solve PennDOT's cash flow problem. There are a handful of there are only a handful of projects on the February letting schedule. So maybe you could ask that or answer that for us.
Yeah, and it's one we're watching very closely. And as I shared, it really depends on what the rules for this federal relief funds are. It's certainly going to help. It is certainly going to help with the cash flow. We just don't know yet how fast we're going to be able to see the results of that. So here's a perfect example. In a perfect world, they'll hand us a check. We can use that to start paying the bills immediately, and we're right back in the bidding business again. Worst case scenario, they say you can only use those funds on new projects moving forward. And the reason I bring that up is, well, if it's on a future project, I've got bills coming in today. So there's just a wide berth of options in between those two. We certainly think from the way it's written, we're going to be allowed more flexibility, if you will, from that worst case scenario, but we just don't know yet. And it's to the point, like I said, that how we utilize those funds and how we leverage those to get to the federal funds, that, we're to the point where we need to count every single penny and where that penny is coming from, if you will. So we certainly hope it's going to resolve that issue. It's certainly much better than we were, I'll say, back in December, because we have that available to us. We just have to watch these lettings in the short go to make sure we're not overextending ourselves even more than we are today until we know those rules of engagement. So yes, the Februarys are a little slow. We recognize that. We're hoping to get that guidance as soon as we possibly can so that we can start advertising more projects. But right now we're kind of waiting and see to see what that guidance is, to make sure that we're going to be okay financially, I'll say, in the short go with those state funds.
So Melissa, what you're announcing this morning is this year's construction program is going to be 1.9 billion, but it could move up as long as you see what's going to happen moving forward after a month or 2 months. I'm getting about 3 or 4 questions pretty much related to the same thing here. So I don't know if you could
Yeah, we're
qualify
gonna.
that.
Yep. And this is going to be one. This year's, hate to say it, folks, but we're definitely not the business as usual. This year is going to be very different in a different way, and I'd say that we're going to be the term I've used with our districts is this year is going to be very fluid. We're going to be constantly monitoring where we're at with those cash balances and what those projected expenditures are on each one of these projects to look at the timing of those projects. So we'll be at 1.9 at the end of the year, presuming we get at least moderate flexibility with these federal relief funds. I'm nearly certain that that's the case, but it'll be stretched out throughout the year. Whether we're able to go above that, again, that's going to depend on exactly where we're at with these with the federal relief funds and what that means for our projections moving forward. So again, I understand it's frustrating from your point, but this is going to be a very dynamic year yet again.
Okay, here's the next one is it's probably in your wheelhouse, Melissa. What is the status of the implementation of Payment ME as a primary tool for payment design? So you can talk about the status of implementing that, please.
Yeah, what we focused in on, as everybody knows, the Payment ME is extremely complex, and I'll say it can vary greatly depending on the assumptions that you put into it. So we made the decision that we're going to keep this primarily as a central office evaluation tool. So we haven't yet moved to making it the primary, but what we're doing is we're having the regular designs be done. We have the larger ones, and I forget the thresholds right now, but heavy truck traffic, things that would normally come in for central office evaluation, and we're doing a Payment ME run. And what we're doing with that then is we're looking for opportunities, I'll say both ways. So first of all, are we seeing an opportunity, if we were to look at it with Payment ME, that we could use a smaller pavement section? Would that be, would we see the benefit of, I'll say, going with a smaller pavement section? And then the flip of that is also true. We're also running it to look and see what kind of life would we expend, when would we expect pavement failures, whether it be for cracking or other distresses, when would we expect that to happen with Payment ME? And if we're seeing a discord, so we're seeing a case in which we would potentially see premature failures, then going back and say, maybe we ought to take a different approach for this pavement. So we're using it mostly at the central office level. It's a validation tool, but I'll say beyond the validation, we're looking for those opportunities. So right now, that's the still what we're looking towards. As I'm sure everybody's aware, we do have a research project underway to look at the frost heave evaluation for Pennsylvania. That's not something that was directly built into Payment ME. And that seems to be still a big discord, and maybe where we've been in the past with payments. We just want to make sure that we're not I'll say, missing that component moving forward. So that's kind of how we've been using it right now. So we are using it. We've put a lot of, I'll say, we've invested a lot in Pavement ME and all the calibrations that we have done. So we're certainly looking at that as a tool. But considering the complexities, we have not pushed that out so that we're having, many different consulting firms or our department teams running those analysis right now.
All right, Melissa, a couple other maybe shorter questions here. The material quantity slide you had up, in particular for asphalt mix, does that include maintenance quantities from the past or for 2021 or not?
No, it includes maintenance funded, but only those that we bid in ECMS.
So it doesn't include what maintenance county maintenance would
Right.
procure through the bituminous DGS ITQ
Correct.
contract.
Correct.
Okay.
It does not include the ITQ amounts. Correct.
Okay. Another question here. This is like an e-ticketing one that somebody said, well, yeah, it's exciting. We're going forward with e-ticketing, blah blah blah. And they're saying this is part of PennDOT's e-construction initiative. And could Melissa address when she thinks that the department will be fully vested in e-construction?
Oh, that's hard to answer because right now I think we're still going to go through this testing. Like I said, we're going to be doing 3 per district this year, and I think it depends on what we learn throughout this. The one thing I want to be cautious of, I talked a little bit about diversity, inclusion, and equity. And everything we do, we also have to be mindful of, I'll say, the smaller companies out there too, and to where they're at. And maybe we go through this and we find out that we had no issues at all, and that we're able to, I'll say, go to prime time, and we'll release it all next year. I'd love to be able to do that, but I don't want to presume that we're not leaving anybody in the dust. Because again, I certainly understand. I'm all for innovation and moving forward, but we need to make sure that all of us can get there. This should not be a situation in which only I'll say the biggest of firms can afford to do that. So that's the reason I'm being a little hesitant. I'm all for it overall. But I think we have to be very mindful of making sure that everybody has an equal playing field.
Okay, just a couple more questions here. This one is related to the winter rented equipment operator pilots. And you didn't mention that as far as an innovation, I guess, is what the comment was. But I don't know if you could discuss a little bit about that pilot that I think was rolled out for District 6 and District 11 as far as the. Could you discuss that just briefly?
Very excited for that. So yes, that's exactly, we target our more urban areas for 11 and 6. And this was the situation in which, we've had the rentals for the equipment and the operator for quite some time. But this would be the pilot to get an operator on board to get behind our equipment and being able to plow those routes. The timing was perfect. I know we've been talking through this, and I know I've met even with your board and talking through some of these challenges last year. But of course, where we're at with COVID this year made it a really good time frame for piloting that. We have not yet used them. Fortunately, January's been a little calmer than I'll say December was. But this is one we're really looking forward to. It's a challenging year. When we were faced that first storm in December, mid-December, it was a statewide event. We were down around 5% of our staffing due to COVID or COVID-related incidents. Plus, as I'm sure you're aware, just as well as we are, we have a really hard time this year getting our temporary operators. With the unemployment compensation packages that are out there, it's just been, I'll say, a challenging year to get staffing. So we are very excited to have that pilot. I apologize for missing in the list of initiatives. It certainly should have been there, but right now we haven't actually used it yet, so more to come. But very excited and very thankful that we had good participation on those packages when we put them on the street.
Okay, Melissa, this will be the final. The questions are starting to roll in, but this is the final question I'm going to throw out at you. The question is, given a move to electronic vehicles in the future, well, it's now, I guess, and in the future, that efficiency will decrease the gas tax revenues. Will there be a new tax revenue on electricity to go towards transportation? Will homeowners, businesses be forced to foot the bill for electricity uses from e-cars? I know there's legislation that was proposed to raise the vehicle registration fees for hybrid and electric vehicles, but it didn't pass, and I guess the legislature's still considering that. But I guess you understand. I guess you get the
Yeah.
gist of the question. That's probably part of something you're looking at as far as your study, I suspect.
Yeah, I mean, it's as far as the fees, those are the ones that most states have gone after where they've had a special registration fee for electric vehicles. I think the question in the question was a little deeper than that. I think that comes up is well, who's paying for this charging of this equipment? If you have an electronic charge station, how are folks paying for it? Or is it just coming out of the taxpayer dollars, or how exactly that's happening? I don't think anybody has a good answer on that one yet, as far as how exactly that's going to go. Is there going to be a surcharge, or um, I know in some areas, or at least I heard some dialogue with as far as, do you look at this like an e-commerce issue, that do you put a surcharge on e-commerce that helps cover some of those costs, especially recognizing, the increase, I'll say, in the first and last mile with all the Amazon deliveries that are going on right now. I think there's a lot of discussion that has to happen. And that's where I'd say, I don't, if it works, it works, I'll say, for the charging of the electricity, but I think it's going to be challenging to say what exactly that electronic or electric use was. So I'm not sure that that's the best fit overall. That's where in my mind, we really, this pathways project that we're doing with the tolling, that's a short-term solution if you really think about it, but it's a kind of a proxy for these road user fees that we're going to be talking about to the future. I think that's personally where we need to go. There's still some hiccups there before we're ready to go to that level. So what I mean by that is, I just had to go to a funeral last week, so I was traveling out to Indiana. So if we're in a road user fee scenario, some of the miles I was driving, I wasn't even Pennsylvania roads. But at the same time, I was on Indiana and Ohio roads. So somehow I would have to have the ability for my dollars to go to those states rather than Pennsylvania. So that's why we're saying we're probably about 10 years out of that road user scenario. But you have to get to a point where enough states are vested that you can start sharing that information back and forth. So it's fair. Everybody kind of gets their equivalent. You're not just going after Pennsylvania residents, you're also getting out of state revenues from residents that are coming to Pennsylvania. So there's a lot to work out, but I honestly think that that's where we need to keep our eyes focused. That's the long term I think we need to go to. Whether or not a surcharge on electric use will work, I really don't know. I think there's a lot of different options we need to consider, though.
All right, Melissa, thank you very much. Very informative. You really command of the position. I guess Gary and I are sitting here talking, thinking, Gary was in your position at one point in time, and of course I worked with Gary quite a bit at PennDOT, and you got a lot of responsibility, and we really appreciate you taking the time to do this presentation. I think that the attendees really got a great deal of information. We'll make your presentation available for anybody, because you got some really good charts in there, and it's up. As Gary and I always say, it still comes down to when you're managing and maintaining and reconstructing and constructing all our highways and bridges, it still comes down to three things: funding, and funding. So we'll be happy to work with the department and with the governor's office and the legislature and everybody else, because to take care of all these assets, we got to have fun. We got to have money. So thanks again. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll come back on about 20 after 10 with Jay Winford. I think you'll find that Jay is a dynamic speaker, and he's got a great accent, which you'll enjoy also. So let's take a 15-minute break. Thanks to our speakers this morning, Brad, Mark, and Melissa, and great job, and we'll see you at 20 after. We give everybody a 2-minute warning. We're gonna start the conference back up in about 2 minutes. Okay. Again, this is Charlie Goodhart. I'm the Executive Director of the Pennsylvania Asphalt Pavement Association. I'd like to welcome you back to our 61st annual conference. I'm gonna take my slideshow down here so it's not so distracting. I'm gonna, next up, let me introduce Jay Winford. And it's actually Dr. Winford. I don't know if I ever heard him introduced as that, but he does have a PhD, he does have a PE, and he does have an MBA. So he's got all that stuff behind his name, and that I think you'll find he's going to be a pretty impressive speaker. So Jay's a graduate of Tulane University. He's a civil engineer grad. He has a master's of science and a master's of business administration also. In 1991, Jay earned a doctor of philosophy from Auburn University. I think while he was working there at the National Center for Asphalt Technology. So he's been associated with research and construction delegations to Japan, China, Eastern Europe, Soviet Union, and the Middle East. He's a fellow of the American Society of Civil Engineers and is twice past president of the Louisiana Asphalt Pavement Association. He's also chairman emeritus of the board of directors at the National Center for Asphalt Technology, which is housed at Auburn University. He's currently chairman on the National Asphalt Pavement. He's currently chairman of the National Asphalt Pavement Association. I guess he's got the distinction of being chair for 2 years. I'm not sure because of COVID-19. I'm not sure if that ever happened before. He resides in Opelousas. I guess I pronounced that right. Probably not. Louisiana, with his wife Laura, his 2 adult children who both reside in New York City. And he's past chairman of the Louisiana chapter of the Young Presidents Organization. He's president of Prairie Contractors, a hot mix asphalt producer and contractor with 5 operations in South Central and Southwestern Louisiana. He and partners also own and operate several large-scale rail facilities and real estate investments in South Louisiana. And Jay is an alumni twice of the Harvard Business School. So without further ado, welcome Jay. Thank you very much for joining us on the PAPA conference, and we'll turn it over to you for remarks. And take it away, Jay.
Thank you, Charlie. Just a quick housekeeping since I'm at a hotel today. I want to make sure that you can see me okay and that you can hear me okay. Charlie, can I get from you or Donna a confirmation that you can hear me okay and that you can see me okay?
I can hear you fine, Jay.
Okay. Charlie, I want to thank you very much for inviting me. You and Donna did a good job of putting this together, even with our prep meeting a couple of weeks ago, but it is an honor and a privilege to join you all from Pennsylvania today. I am fortunately, on a personal note, took my first trip with my wife. I have an insurance board meeting in Dallas that I can drive to. So I am in a hotel for the first time, basically in almost a year since we were in Maui together. So a nice treat. I am like you all, I'm anxious for the world to get back together. I wanted to do a couple of things before Q&A, Charlie. I wanted to tell you a little bit about me, and not to talk about me, but to go through how Napa and the asphalt industry has woven its way through my 54-year life, and it's very special to me. And then I also wanted to take a little time to talk about Napa and what it does for us as an industry and what it does for each of our companies. I know this is a little bit different because if it weren't COVID, I would be in person with you all. I'm like the rest of you, I'm absolutely zoomed out. We only get 2 of our 5 senses on Zoom. We get sight and we get sound, but we don't get smell, taste, and touch. And I think that's what we all miss. And if there are some good things that come out of COVID-19 and this year of calamity and turbulence, is that we miss the interaction, the fellowship, the fun, and the sharing of good food with each other. I do have 3 ties to Pennsylvania, and I'd like to share them with you so you can remember me other than being your COVID Napa chair. I have 2 favorite football teams. Obviously, one of them is Drew Brees and the New Orleans Saints. My other one is the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I hope that I don't alienate the other half that are probably Eagles fans. But you guys had a little quarterback several years ago that won 4 Super Bowls, and he and I are from the same hometown.
Yeah.
And he was my childhood hero. So Terry Bradshaw, kudos to you and kudos to the Steelers. The second tie that I have to Pennsylvania in your industry is my wife is very proud to say that her grandfather was the executive vice president of a company called S.J. Groves. And he lived and worked a lot for Groves in the state of Pennsylvania and actually built part of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Laura's grandmother, who recently passed away from Pennsylvania, so we have that tie to you guys. And then lastly, you have a major producer member that is actually one of my partners in my insurance company. He's online with me here today in Dallas, and he and his lovely wife and children are very dear friends to me and to Laura. So it's a joy to be with all of you today. A little bit about me and how I got involved in the asphalt industry. My grandfather was a guy by the name of George Winters. Went to SMU, studied engineering through the Depression, and he came to a little town called Minden, Louisiana. Louisiana, as you know, is shaped like a boot, and that's at the top back of the boot. And he went into the sand and gravel business, mainly to try to supply the metropolitan area of Shreveport, Louisiana, again, where Terry's from. And like most of you all, he in the gravel business and the sand business went from supply to bituminous surface treatment and then bought an asphalt plant. He had 2 sons. One was my dad. He had twin boys. My dad went to LSU, studied civil engineering. Unfortunately, his dad, my grandfather, died when he was in college. My dad did his service in the U.S. Army in Heidelberg, Germany, and came back into the family business. He was very active and liked Napa. He liked the camaraderie, and those were his friends. He actually sat on the Napa Board of Governors, which was the predecessor of our current Board of Directors, in the late 1960s. Charlie, something just changed on my screen. I want to make sure you guys can still hear and see me okay.
You're still good, Jay.
Thank you, Charlie. My mom and dad, when I was in the 1st grade, were always proud to say that they went on the Queen Elizabeth II for the Napa annual meeting, and I think that probably would have been about 1971 or 72. I went to college, and unfortunately, my dad died when I was in school. So something came up. There was an oil bust in Louisiana. Nobody, small family business couldn't afford to hire me. So through the AGC, I got a nice scholarship to go to this newly created thing at Auburn University, the National Center for Asphalt Technology. And through AGC scholarships and through funding from NCAT, I was able to go take all the asphalt classes and was fortunate enough to be their first PhD that came through the program. A little bit of background, NCAT at Auburn is yours. Napa originally raised $10 million to endow that thing. It has its own facility, an asphalt laboratory, probably in excess of 10,000 square feet, that looks like a NASA research facility. And we have a test track down there that is redone every 3 years. It's loaded in the following 2.5 years. And that thing's the size of a NASCAR test track. The state of Alabama and their legislative contingency have treated us with open arms. They funded us very well, but that is your research center. And if you ever take travel south, I highly encourage you to go by Auburn Opelika, see your facility, see the test track. Randy West, Buzz Powell, and his staff love to have people in the industry to come down and see what really is the best asphalt research facility in the entire world. It's absolutely incredible. So I'm very proud to say that I had the opportunity to study there really on the nickel of the industry. And that is one of the reasons I've stayed active, because I wanted to give back and pay it forward for what was done to me. So I finished school and I came back to Louisiana. I worked in the family business for about 2 years. It wasn't my thing. I was going to go back to law school, and I went down to pay my first tuition at LSU. And there was an older guy that was friends with my dad by the name of Laddie James, that was an asphalt contractor producer in South Louisiana. And he was redoing the highway on the way to Baton Rouge, and I pulled in the coffee shop. He happened to be walking in as I was walking out and asked me what I was doing. I told him that I was going back to law school. I didn't think this industry was for me. And he pulled on a cigarette and he said, "Why in the hell would you want to be a lawyer?" He said, "As you know, my son your age died, and one day I need to get out of this business. I have another young engineer your age, and if you want to move to South Louisiana and work for me and figure out if you like me and I like you, I'll sell this business to you." And the guy did it on a handshake. He stayed with us 10 years. We bought the business. Unfortunately, shortly before we paid him off, he passed away in the office with us. But he worked us like a lot of dogs, and he got me a second PhD in how to do it and how to do it right. So I had a wonderful opportunity, again, from a Napa member that was not only a mentor, but also a dad. I am married to Laura Winford. She's from New Orleans. We have a little condo there, so we go a couple of times a month to what we call the greatest city east of Paris. And I have 2 grown children. I have a son that's an investment banker that, as Charlie said, lives in New York, and a daughter who went to Tulane also, lived in London, and she is in the business of setting the diamond pricing every day for a company called Rappaport. I do find it odd that it's illegal for us to discuss price fixing, but her company can set the diamond pricing around the world and it's perfectly legal. Go figure that. I also want to weave Napa back into my personal life. You guys are my family. My friends are fellow members in Napa. The people with whom I sit on the executive committee are not only my professional friends, but they're my family friends. They're the people with whom I exchange Christmas cards and birthday wishes. Napa quietly, they don't sponsor, but there's now, I think, 3 peer groups. If you're not in one, I encourage you to put one together. My peer group's been together for almost 15 years. We're scattered out from the state of Washington to the state of Massachusetts along the Bourbon Trail. And those 8 other gentlemen have become my brothers and my best friends. One lovely thing about the asphalt business, we really are the best plagiarizers except for the Chinese. I guarantee if there's any guy that's an asphalt producer in Pennsylvania that has figured out something I haven't, all I've got to do is call them and ask them. They'll invite me to stay at their home. They'll show me what they did and how they figured it out. So that's been one of the great benefits of what I think truly is the greatest industry in the United States. So that's a little bit about me. Let's talk a little bit about Napa. Charlie had kind of given me some statistics that you guys have about 36 or 40 PAPA members. We call it LAPA in our state. And about half of those are NAPA members. In Louisiana, we just recently had our first publicly traded company buy a privately held family business. Up until then, we were all family owned. And we're about 13 members, I think, with all NAPA members, but 2. And I'm not really here just to sell you on the idea of NAPA, but to share with you the things that they do for me, to speak from personal experience, that I can't do. NAPA is organized in 6 strategic areas or goals. One of them is to grow and protect our market share. You know, we range anywhere from 92 to 96% of the paved roads in the U.S. are with hot mix asphalt. And obviously our goal is to keep that and to grow it. I know we can't have 100%, but we can try to get damn close to it. Engineering and technology, Richard Willis heads that up. He is also an NCAT product. We're going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about ground tire rubber and talk about plastics. And those are the kind of things that FHWA will get in their head that we're going to do. They'll get it written into 2 sentences in a 5,000-page House bill, and all of a sudden it's law, and we got to go figure it out. So from an engineering and technology standpoint, I think NAPA tries to keep us ahead of the curve. Government affairs, the lobbyists, Jay Hansen and Ashley have done a very good job during this COVID year trying to figure out, one, can we get essential? We fought for you guys. It's our understanding we were successful everywhere to be essential to keep our industry working, except for Seattle and the state of Pennsylvania. We did help and push to get you guys back to work, which y'all had the boots on the grounds and a lot of push in your own state. So funding and advocacy are some of the top things that we've done through a survey that Jay works on. The 4th strategic goal is environmental health and safety, and Dr. Howard Marks handles that. You know, we fought an emissions issue with IROC, which is in Lyon, France, that the fumes from hot mix asphalt wanted to be put in the same category with fumes from roofing asphalts, which could have devastated the industry. Most people don't know this, but Charlie, I think it was over 15 years, we spent $12 million, and we were successful in the end to get us categorized in the same space as coffee grounds and cell phones. And the way that $12 or $13 million was funded, NAPA put up about half of it, and all the SAPAs put up the rest of the money. So even you guys that were not NAPA members still funded that. I thank you. We still put some of that money into our APA, which Amy will talk about, but that was a unified efforts amongst the industry to go get us placed right and possibly not have put us out of business. The 5th one is workforce development. John Harper was my predecessor. I'd like to say also an Auburn guy. And it took us a lot of years to figure out that we had some commonality with other groups like the Future Farmers of America. Let's tap that group. I know in our business, all of our farm boys that are lay-down foremen and quality control technicians and mechanics, most of them came off the farm. Most of them were active FAA members. So going forward, pre-COVID, we felt like that was the #1 issue, along with federal highway funding, that we needed to get figured out to keep the industry vibrant and going. And then lastly, we have a strategic goal of providing good meetings, grow our membership, and to award those that have done wonderful things, either ecologically or quality-wise. NAPA has a plethora of awards they give out for plants and paving projects, so I encourage you to get involved in those. The other motto that I like to say, because I don't think we tell our story very well, and I'm going to read this to you. It's 1 sentence. We design, manufacture, and install the smoothest, the safest, the quietest, and the most recycled perpetual pavement system in the world. I don't think we look in the mirror in the morning enough and tell that to ourselves. And I don't think we tell it to our friends. And I don't think we tell it to those that make the laws and set the funding. We really are already sustainable. We're already green. You know, I go to a cocktail party and tell people that we're the most recycled material in the world by far, and they had no idea. We need to do a better job of telling our story. what are some of the things that we've done in the last decade or two? And I'm very proud that our industry as a whole, whether you're a NAPA member or not, back in the mid 80s to late 80s, we had a severe aggregate segregation problem in this country. We found out it was really aggregate and thermal segregation. We found out that we had a rutting problem, which we knew it was kind of the elephant in the room. So NAPA worked hard to get federal funding through the National Academies of Science to set up SHARP, the Strategic Highway Research Program. And out of that came products like SuperPave. And it did take a while with industry's help, because we're the ones that do it every day, to get the system refined and to get it right, and we're still making changes. My wife, by the way, says that asphalt specs change every day. I think she's probably correct. The industries on our own solved a lot of problems. This aggregate and thermal segregation. We had equipment suppliers that said, hey, we can build equipment that we can fix this problem. It may be a maintenance hog, but it does work, and it solved our issue. Pollution issues. Now we're fighting silica issues. And when I say fighting, OSHA sets these rules, and are they all realistic? And I think probably the greatest success that we've had with government bureaucracies is getting them to understand, first of all, that more than anybody, our industry wants to do it right, and we want to do it safely. Just give us a seat at the table and let's figure out how to do it. The emissions issue off the milling machines and the pavers, what we call engineering controls, industry led the way on that. OSHA didn't. We jumped up and said, we think there might be an issue here, and we're going to figure out how to do it in partnership with our equipment suppliers. Modified asphalts. My state requires a modified asphalt in every binder and wearing course by the DOTD. Industry got in the middle of that and said, let's improve the quality of our asphalt cements. RAP. NAPA's done two things in the last 2 decades. We call them scan tours. When stone matrix asphalts became popular, we did a scan tour in Europe to figure out how the Germans were doing it. We brought that product back to the United States, and it's been a phenomenal success. About 6 years ago, the Japanese, and Japan is similar to the state of Louisiana, our gravel's gone. All of our aggregate has to be railed or barged in, sometimes as much as 800 miles away. So in my state, rocks might be in the $30 range. 2/3 of it's just the freight to get it there. So we have to be recyclers of everything, which is also the right thing to do from an environmental standpoint. That's almost our fiduciary duty, to take care of environment for our children and their grandchildren. So Audrey Copeland organized a trip to Japan. Basically, the way we organized it went well. We took a contractor from a state along with one of their DOT or their research people that was also a stakeholder that could help make a decision to up RAP contents. We went all the way across the island of Japan. We toured their asphalt plants. Everything is hot mix asphalt. I never saw a pothole. And ladies and gentlemen, they recycle 70%. So we don't need to go reinvent the wheel. The quality was there. The designs were there. As a footnote, they don't do quality control at the high frequency that we do. They don't have as many mixed designs as we do. So I think there's a lot that can be learned there by just sharing and plagiarizing from other people. I mentioned the SMAs, the OGFCs. Industry was the lead along with OGFC to get that figured out. Other equipment that we build on our own in conjunction with our industry or with places like NCAT is the ignition oven. I grew up in the lab. I spent my first 10 years as a quality control manager, running rices, gradations, cutting cores. And I'll tell you, solvents were a bad thing. It was the industry that said, we've got an issue. What is another way that we can safely, quickly, and effectively get the asphalt cement off a sample of hot mix to figure out what the gradation is, and hence the ignition oven. So I had mentioned we were going to talk about ground tire rubber and plastics. In the early 1990s, Congress, in their infinite wisdom, and probably one sentence of a 3,000-page bill, said by year X, so many tons of hot mix are going to be made with ground tire rubber. Well, the industry immediately did not fight back, but bounced back. Mike Acott did a wonderful, I think it was a 60 Minutes interview, and said, we're all for this, but let us figure it out before you mandate it. And I think Napa handled that very well. I myself have designed on one job 88 lane miles of open graded friction course with ground tire rubber. That was a money saver. It's a beautiful black road today. It incorporated one pickup truck tire per ton of hot mix. So we can do it if we engineer it correctly, but let us get out ahead of it before it's mandated. So we kind of feel like that's where the plastics issue is now. NCAT has done some initial research and done literature reviews to figure out where it's been done, how it's been done. And the biggest thing I got out of that was that there are different types of plastics that all have different melting points. And that's going to be in a nascent way of saying that's the crucial thing, is the melting point of the different kinds of plastics. But Napa is on it, and we are working on it. Let's mention the word sustainability. Napa has put together a sustainability task group. Obviously, we've had some we had some knee-jerk reactions because of a new administration that's going to take great strides for carbon neutrality, probably with targets of the year 2050. So our questions are, well, how do we get there in 2030 and 2040? What are the stepwise points there? But I want to say this, I think we all as asphalt contractors have to be optimists, because we fight the weather, we fight people not showing up, we fight equipment breakdowns. Let's look at sustainability in a positive light. I mentioned to you the sentence I liked about us being the greenest, the smoothest, the most recycled. We're really way ahead of our competition in being sustainable. We just don't understand that, and I don't think we do a very good job of telling that story. So I think we're going to have an easier job complying with that than our competitors are. There has been some Excel spreadsheet work done, and I won't get into particulars, but if we can recycle 15, 20, 25%, that basically takes greenhouse gases enough out of that project to replace the loading or the cars that pass that road that we're fixing. So we've got some good selling points there and some good talking points. I mentioned to you earlier about what Napa had done when COVID hit us. It was one of these Zooms, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't know what a Zoom was this time last year. I never thought I'd wear a mask. We had a Zoom every day figuring out how do we keep the industry classified essential, and how do we keep working, and how we do it safely. I know the AGC put out daily updates. Napa pretty much was on what the Centers for Disease Control was advising. How do we do it? How do we work safely? Where do we get PPE? How do we administer it? So that's still an evolving process. We're not out of the woods on that. We've had a lot of discussions. Since we were deemed essential, can we have that same definition in terms of the distribution and the application of the vaccine? And we are still working on that. It's been a tough year, but we've tried to do other things. We organized surveys of the membership to find out what was most important. And by the way, advocacy or funding is your #1 issue. And I'll speak put my Prairie hat on, it is ours. We are one of not of the 30 some odd states that have adjusted gas taxes. Ours has been static for 33 years, but we think we have a good shot at getting it this year. Howard Marks and his staff is working very diligently, because you've heard the talk that Biden wants a highway bill in the first 100 days, which it is beyond me. That's the one thing that people can cross the aisles on, and we hadn't gotten it done recently. So let's hold our fingers crossed, let's work hard, and let's get it done. We did our mid-year meeting after the annual meeting virtually. Unfortunately, in a couple of weeks, we'll do our annual meeting virtually again, with the target that this summer that we will be meeting in person. Another way that we tried to reach out to the membership were podcasts. So Richard Willis has put together some podcasts. I'm a walker and I can travel somewhere or I can hear a book. I listen to those podcasts, and they are good. They've done a couple of things. They tell the story of people in our industry, and it's kind of neat. A lot of them I thought I knew, but I really didn't know their whole story. And then Richard's done some hot topics. For instance, one of his most recently issued podcasts is on plastics. So if you want to get up to speed on that, I encourage you to do it. We're also going through a process right now that we want to roll out when we can meet in person on governance, to change the structure of Napa a little bit, really for inclusion. We found out, or it finally dawned on us, pretty soon our associate members are going to outnumber the producer members. We want them to have a seat at the table. We want them to have a seat in the governance and the direction of your association. I always close with this. The first, actually two things I'd like to close with. One's homework for you. My first job right before I came in is NAPA chairman. And by the way, I am serving a second year, Charlie, and they did double my pay. But as Jethro Bodine said, naught plus naught is naught. Was to the Oregon Asphalt Pavement Association. And there was a gentleman that came in that runs the National Suicide Hotline. And that's always been a very important subject close to my heart because I lost a parent to suicide. And during John Hickey's wonderful 2-day meeting in Portland, this gentleman that ran the suicide prevention group told us the industry that had the highest suicide rate. I always assumed it was maybe the dentist. It wasn't. It's our industry. So I encourage you to be aware of that, be aware of your people and your coworkers. And when you see somebody with an issue, this is not a taboo subject. Let's talk about it because you guys are joiners. You're supporters of the Boy Scouts, your church, every other church in town. We take care of people. We donate. We probably buy more Girl Scout cookies than any industry in the country. So let's watch out for that and let's take care of each other. It has been an honor and a privilege for the first year, even though it's been virtual. I can't wait again to see everybody in person. If we can get back to travel, I promise you I'll get up to Pennsylvania, if nothing more, to see a Steelers game. And my last comment is a bit of homework, and I read it to the group in Maui. Please go to the internet and Google the Auburn Creed. That was not much of a talked about short creed when I was there, and I really didn't become familiar with it till a couple of years ago being involved with NCAT. But read that creed, and when I did, if you take the last word, which is Auburn, I believe in Auburn, and replace it with Napa, that creed describes not only Auburn, but it describes our industry to a T. So it's an honor and a privilege to be with you, Charlie. I think I'm on time, and if there's any quick questions or comments, I am here. And Charlie, please share my email with your whole group. I'm here to talk, listen, help, serve, whatever. And thank you again, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Jay, thank you. Just a couple comments. We do have Buzz Powell presenting on Thursday. He's going to talk about the key test track, NCAT test track findings. And we do have Richard Willis talking on, he's the finale on Thursday, talking about reuse of plastic waste and asphalt mix.
Wonderful.
So that's, Gary Hoffman and I, Gary's our director of technical services. We're always very impressed with the Napa staff and also their leadership. But I did get one comment, which I'm going to throw out there, and you maybe covered it a little bit. But Napa has a lot of great educational webinars that they present, and they're, for the most part, they're free of charge to everybody, right?
That's correct.
And there's one this afternoon that's a really hot topic. It's on intro to pavement resilience. So I don't think it's too late if this audience really wants to get off of our conference at 12 or 12:15 and then sign up right away. But that's a hot topic nationally and across Pennsylvania as far as pavement resilience, which is another thing that's another project that I was involved with some of the folks from Napa. That's becoming more and more of a big deal.
Charlie, great comment. And I do want to say this. Richard Willis on staff is the kind of the first engineer that has actually developed and taught classes on resiliency and sustainability. And I've encouraged him, you need to have some quick webinars to get all of us up to speed, kind of a sustainability resiliency 101, because us dumb asphalt contractors, and we're smarter than we think we are, we need to catch up on the language and the lingo and get ahead of this thing.
Yep, and it all depends on how we define resiliency too.
Amen.
I know when I worked at PennDOT, if there was a flood and the road was washed out in a day or two, it was back opened up because we could go out there and pave the road again with asphalt. So there's, I've seen the floods in Iowa, the earthquakes in California, Alaska, all that stuff where asphalt pavements, they can be upgraded or replaced in hours or a few days. So it depends how we define resilience, and I know that's one of the things that NAPA has a project working on. So again, Jay, thanks. We'll let you get back to your meeting. Where'd you say you are?
We are in Dallas. It's about a 5-hour drive. So my wife and I had a lovely honeymoon. She was just itching to get out of the house and go to a nice hotel. So,
well, we're glad to hear Gary's an Eagles fan. I'm a Stiller fan. It's Stiller, by the way, it's not Steeler. It's Stiller.
That's right. I did not mention I have one of the original terrible towels. I still bring it out.
Right on, right on. So, well, we're a little disappointed with this season, but there's always next season,
Not as
and
disappointed as we are.
you're not as disappointed as Gary was with the Eagles. So thanks again, Jay. Appreciate it very much.
Have a safe day, everyone.
Okay, so next up, I'm going to bring Amy Miller up. I'm going to make Amy a presenter. And I'm going to introduce Amy. So Amy, you should be able to bring your presentation up. Hopefully.
All right. Can you hear me, Charlie?
Oh, you sound good as always. But
Well,
let me just do a quick introduction. So it's kind of funny. Amy and I actually, I took over as executive director here.
oh, sorry. Oh, hold on, Charlie. Ah. Got a little ahead of myself there.
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Gary, I took over for Gary Altman here at PAPA about the same time Amy Miller came in as the national director of the Asphalt Pavement Alliance. Guess that would have been what, June of 2015 or something like that, Amy, somewhere around there. But Amy serves as the national director of the Asphalt Pavement Alliance. The alliance represents the interests of the Asphalt Institute. I'm sure that everyone is somewhat familiar with that. They mainly deal with the liquid side, but we're intimately involved with their operation too here at PAPA, and so is NAPA. The alliance is also composed of the National Asphalt Pavement Association and a consortium of the State Asphalt Pavement Association. So PAPA also contributes to and participates in the Asphalt Pavement Alliance. Amy is a graduate of the University of Florida. A little downtrodden this year because of their football team, like Gary is with the Eagles, but there's always hope. So she has a degree in environmental engineering and a master's of business administration. She's a licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida. And she's a founding member of the Women of Asphalt and the medium past president of that organization. And she resides in Northeast Florida. And I know Amy's going to talk about, for anybody that's out there, about the Women of Asphalt. So the other thing that, the other person that's going to come on here in just a minute is Cheryl Moon Siriani. Cheryl is the district executive for District 11 for PennDOT. And she's going to be accepting a little award from Amy. So Amy, I'm going to shut up and turn it over to you. Thank you very much for being part of our conference this year.
Absolutely. Now, Charlie, are we doing the award first or second? Charlie?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I muted myself. Cheryl is on the call. So if you want to do that first or you want to do the presentation first, it's up to you.
That's fine. All right, so hang with me just a second here, Charlie. I want to make sure you're seeing the right view of my screen and not the presenter view. So give me just a second here. I'm going to pull this up. All right, Charlie, which, are you seeing presenter or are you seeing?
We're seeing presenter.
Okay, that's fine. I can take care of that. All right, now I'm going to exit out of this one and have a little video I want to play for you all before we do the actual Perpetual Pavement Award. So let's get going here. All right. So you all saw that video there talking about the perpetual pavement design concept. And today, I'm really honored to be presenting the Pennsylvania DOT with its 9th Perpetual Pavement Award. The average life of the Perpetual Pavement Awards, when I looked at it for the 9 that have been submitted, is 50 years. And of course, still counting, they're still going. This award winner joins more than 150 awards that we've done around the US since the inception of our Perpetual Pavement Award program in the year 2000. So let me talk a second about the award winner. It's State Road 956. It's a 2-lane road. It's 2.17 miles in length, and it was built in 1937. Yes, that's what I said, 1937. The original construction was an FB1 wearing course, 2 inches in depth, on an existing native stone of 7 inches. There was a 1-inch leveling course added in 1989 and a 2¼ inch binding level added in 2007 with 4 non-structural maintenance treatments over the years. This road from sub-base to surface treatments has really offered the drivers and taxpayers of Pennsylvania many, many years of quality service. So congratulations to the Pennsylvania DOT on this prestigious award. I can see, Cheryl, you're up there. I'm seeing a black screen. So perhaps Charlie can help her show her screen. I think she was going to actually have the award with her.
I do. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can't see you, but we can hear you.
It's sharing my webcam. It says it's sharing it. I don't know why it's not sharing it.
Well, I don't know what we can do from our end to help that situation. There you go.
There you are.
Oh, there you go.
Yay. All right, thanks. Thank you, Amy. It's hard to follow somebody who quotes Jethro Bodine and is a fellow Steeler fan, and Jay. And I want to welcome Jay to any Steeler games, and Amy, you too, if you ever want to come north in the winter. Hopefully, I don't know how our seasons are going to be for the next few years, but we'll give it a shot. But anyhow, thank you for this this lovely award, this very prestigious award, Amy, and the Asphalt Pavement Alliance. I'm really honored to accept it on behalf of PennDOT, and this year for my district, District 11, who is the recipient of this roadway in Lawrence County. When I was first told we won this award, Charlie informed me, as you presented, Amy, that this is the 9th time a PennDOT roadway has won the Perpetual Pavement Award. And that's, as Jay was saying earlier, that's something that should really be broadcast to the taxpayers, because it really denotes a road that has acted very efficiently, long-lasting, and has served the public very well over the years and really stretched our dollars, our very valuable dollars. And honestly, that's just testament to the fantastic asphalt producers and suppliers that we have in our state and most notably in our region. And I'm a little bit biased. But we're very fortunate as they continue to construct quality and long-lasting pavement projects. Our district has also been very blessed in the past few years with being partnered and winning many multiple Shell and G. Hayes Awards, which is further testament to the quality of our local contractors. So we are extremely thankful for these vital partners in our industry and the quality and their contributions, especially in these times when the financial burden is such as it is. We must rely on projects like this SR 956 roadway, where it is actually older than I am, and it's held up much better with a lot less required maintenance. So we want to thank all of our asphalt suppliers and contractors for all their great work over the years. We're looking forward to a lot more work ahead of time and are looking forwards towards our next award submission. So thank you again, Amy. And here's our award right here. It's quite
It looks
large,
great.
very heavy.
It looks great. All right. Thank you, Cheryl. And congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
All right. So I'm going to just share with you all for a few minutes. Let's see, let me pull my presentation back up here again. I'm just give you a quick oversight of the Asphalt Pavement Alliance. And let's see here. Let's stop sharing. Bear with me as I get out of one presentation and get into the other. Okay. All right, very good. So I always appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk with you all about the APA. Charlie's always so great to include us in this conference. And so I'm going to give you about a dozen slides here and kind of give you some highlights from this year and then also some information about next year. And I think it'll be very helpful for you. So let's see here. Let me scoot up. Here we go. So the APA really serves as a unified voice between NAPA, all the state asphalt pavement associations, and the Asphalt Institute. The goal of the APA really is to be that outward-facing view. We're there to be a trusted resource, to provide information, and to really help you in terms of knowing that the best choice is going to be asphalt and to help provide the information to support that decision. So our core tenets are these areas: communication, collaboration, coordination, and programs. So while they're all important, I'm going to hone in on the programs part for you all. This last year with COVID-19 and the obstacles that it brought, we really had to shift our focus from the live events that we did, the meetings, the coordination on just a face-to-face basis to a virtual one. And so we quickly changed our approach and developed a lot of material online. On our pavement design area, here's an example of a few of the webinars that we did last year. We always bring in subject matter experts who speak in these areas, and we had a very, very strong turnout last year from engineers, decision makers who sat in on our webinars and provided great information. We registered over 6,000 people. We had nearly 5,000 people attend. We got some great input, great information back from those that attended that's helping us develop additional information. So this was definitely something positive that came out of what could have been really a year that we weren't able to accomplish as much as we thought we were going to be able to. We also are focused in the private markets area. Right now, I thought you might be interested to know that we're working on a national document that focuses on parking lots. And we have a group, a committee that consists of folks from our 3 partner organizations, the State Asphalt Pavement Associations, NAPA, and AI. And we're developing something that's going to help engineers and owners that will help lay out, design process, give good ideas in terms of construction, good technique. And we're really looking forward to that. We've been working hard on it, and that's going to be coming out later this year. We just talked about our Perpetual Pavement Awards. You received that award, And this continues to be a great opportunity for us to talk about perpetual pavement design. Jay mentioned this in his presentation as well. And perpetual pavement design really is the best of both worlds. So we know that our road users, they just want a smooth surface. They don't really pay attention to what they're driving on. But from a taxpayer standpoint, from an owner standpoint, we want a pavement that's going to last, that's going to give us good long durability. And we get the best of both worlds with perpetual pavement designs. We get a base that maintains over the course of time. And then when we need and we want that smooth surface that the road users are looking for, we can quickly get in and out and provide that to them. So on that note, I'm happy to let you know that this year we're going to begin to offer 2 new awards. We've learned about a lot of states that are incorporating perpetual pavement design in their programs. So there are states that use a program that we have called Per Road, and they use Per Road to make sure that their typical ME design, they're using Per Road to check their ME design for maximums, and are finding out that sometimes they're over designing, and they're able to use Per Road to bring that down. They're checking. In some cases, we've had road owners tell us that when we ran Per Road, we realized we're very close to being a perpetual pavement, so we went ahead and established that criteria. So not only are we seeing states design perpetual pavements across the US, we're also seeing states that are converting existing pavements to perpetual pavements. So we'll have 3 categories. Our perpetual pavement by performance is what you just received in Pennsylvania. So these are roads that weren't intended to be perpetual, but they were designed that way, and we know they are perpetual by their performance, and we're able to award them. So in 2021, we're going to be receiving nominations for roads that are intentionally designed to be perpetual and roads that are intentionally converted to be perpetual. So we're really looking forward to that, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to actually give you some additional awards next year in these categories. In 2020, we also developed a new APA website. We were desperately in need of a new APA website. And again, keep in mind, this website is designed, again, to be the voice of the 3 really preeminent asphalt industries to pavement type selection makers. So we're there to give you information, good technical resources to develop a trusted relationship with people making pavement type selection decisions. I wanted to point out to you at the top of our website, there's a subpage called Events and Training, and I would encourage you to click on that. All the state asphalt pavement associations, NAPA and AI, collectively put upcoming events and training in this page. Many of the events and training are free. We do a lot at the APA. The APA is registered through RCEP, which means that you have a way to track your CEUs, PDHs. Here in Florida, I'm a registered engineer, and there's extra steps that we have to take here in Florida to be able to receive continuing education units. We're able to do that at the APA through RCEP. Also, if you're a registered engineer in New York, I know there's extra steps there, and our APA webinars, again, will allow you to get credit through New York. So when you get a moment, take a look. We keep this updated on a regular basis. You'll see some Pennsylvania upcoming events and webinars on there, as well as states around the country. So you could find information that may not be coming out of your particular state, but you may find that it's useful and beneficial to attend. I'm just going to leave you with a few work plan highlights. Number 1, we're going to continue to have a robust number of webinars. If you were on earlier, you heard in Jay's presentation, you heard Charlie and Jay talking about a resilience webinar we're doing today. We have part 2 of that resilience webinar coming up in February. So I would encourage you, if you can make it today, please do. And if not, please for sure attend our part 2 in February. These are really good webinars. We try to bring in outside people, third parties, to talk about these messages and subject matter experts. And that's what you're going to hear on both of these webinars. We're also going to really focus on Pave Express webinar outreach to townships, cities, and counties. So Pave Express is a free web-based software, paveexpress.com, where you can design flexible and rigid pavement. We learned through our user surveys, we have a lot of townships and cities and counties that are using Pave Express. So we've added some additional features last year, including the ability to do perpetual pavement design. We have metric conversion. We have some other things that we've worked on as well. And so we're going to do an outreach to these particular, this group of folks to help them understand the opportunities and the new additions to Pave Express. You heard about the two new awards. We're going to continue to promote perpetual pavement design. Private market, on the private market side, we're developing an educational webinar series focused on pavement type selection makers, and we're going to continue to develop additional resources and website information. So these are just a few of the many things that we're working on next year. You can go to our website, and there's a place that you can click and say include me for additional information. You're welcome to put your email in there, and then as we send out information, you'll find out about it. Charlie does a great job of advertising upcoming webinars and information through his outreach as well. And I just wanted to leave you with one last bit of information. So you heard Charlie talk about Women of Asphalt. So I'm a founding member of Women of Asphalt. In June, I transferred from president to immediate past president. And I just wanted to sort of highlight some of the things that happened last year for us in 2020. Again, a challenging year, but we didn't let that stop us. So we've reached over 1,000 members now. We did an asphalt course, sustainable asphalt engineering, in conjunction with the University of Florida and the USDOT. They incorporated their Women in Transportation initiative. That was really exciting. We created a job board. So I would encourage all of you, agencies, states, private industry, our job board is free. And I would encourage you to reach out for me, and I can link you up with our job board. We'd love for you to put your jobs on there. We actually started our first 8 state chapters last year. So we're really excited about that. We did some great podcasts, which included, we finalized a series up that we were doing where we were interviewing DOT secretaries. We'll launch a new website, and you'll see on here on the bottom right-hand corner, we did a 20 to Watch in 2020 campaign. This was one of our ladies that was in that campaign. So that and a whole lot more. We're also looking for additional partners and sponsors. So if that's something that your company would be interested in, you can go to our website and get information there. And with that, Charlie, I've reached the end of my session. Tried to help you get back on time a little bit, but I'm here to answer any questions that you might have received.
Yeah, I don't see any questions, Amy, but I'm pretty sure that you can straighten me out on this, which you have done in the past. PennDOT, I think, applied for their a 2020 perpetual payment award. Is that correct?
That is correct. So that will be your 10th one once NCAT receives it and deems it approved.
Yeah. Okay. So PennDOT it might be 10 in a row. We won't say anything else. But one question that I think did come up though is when you're talking about a conversion perpetual payment award, could that be like a crack and seat, break and seat rubblization project with a asphalt structural overlay? Would that qualify for something like that?
That's a perfect example, Charlie. So we've actually seen that a lot around the country. We have states that say we really can't, not only is it costly for us to remove this existing concrete that we need to get out of there, we just can't stop road traffic to be able to do it. So crack and seat with asphalt, we're seeing that done a lot, and that is a perfect example. So essentially what would happen is you would submit the form. There's calculations that we go through to check to make sure it meets perpetual requirements. But yes, so if you have an example of that or a project in Pennsylvania, I would love to see that submitted next year for that category of a perpetual payment award.
Okay, Amy, well, then we'll wrap it up, and thanks for being with us today, for making the presentation. It's nice that Cheryl could be on to accept the award, and hopefully that you'll be able to come next year to our conference in person at the Hotel Archie. So better days ahead.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. All right. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, everyone. It was great to be on.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Sorry for that slight delay there. I was trying to get a hold of, trying to get the presentation up. Gary and I and Donna are the producers and the directors and the technicians and everything else for this. So it's been somewhat of a challenge, but it's been a lot of fun doing this also. Let me just bring that back up again. All right. So now we're going to move on to the 2020 Pennsylvania Asphalt Pavement Association Asphalt Pavement Quality Awards. I'd like to start off by thanking Lindy Paving for sponsoring the Asphalt Pavement Quality Awards this year. I think it's pretty representation. Lindy is a representation of a very quality contractor that belongs to the association. And I think when Cheryl was referencing some of the great work that's been done by contractors out in her district, I know she was speaking of Lindy Paving. So this morning, we are very excited to have Dan Gano on from the Vice President of Operations for Lindy Paving to talk just a little bit about Lindy's story and how they achieve quality pavement. So I'm gonna ask Dan to come on. I think Dan, you could pull your video up too if you'd like them to see, or you can just stay audio. But thanks, Dan, for coming on and talking about. There you go, sunny out in Pittsburgh.
For once.
So thanks, Dan, for giving us a little bit of a message on quality payments from Lindy's perspective today. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. And I'll only take a couple seconds, but first I'd like to say that we're proud to be the sponsor of the 2020 PAPA Quality Awards. I want to start with, contrary to popular belief, asphalt has not always been considered the preferred material for highway construction, especially when it came to larger highways and interstates. A number of years ago, we were at a significant disadvantage. But fortunately, over the years, and with the help of many of the people that are attending this conference today and are in the industry, we as an industry have made great strides and have significantly improved our market share in the highway construction industry. But it doesn't end there. In order to continue to improve our position in the highway construction market, it's up to all of us to prove why asphalt should be the product of choice. Like Scott said in his opening comments this morning, one of the ways we can do this is by providing the highest quality product and workmanship that we can every day, regardless of the size of the project we're on. At Lindy Paving, quality's always been one of our core philosophies. We include quality as part of our daily planning process, just as we would safety, production, and other coordinations that we do. We refine those plans daily as the project continues. One thing that we've learned over the years is quality, like everything else, it doesn't happen on its own. It doesn't happen by accident. requires focus, and it is the result of the commitment, professionalism, skills, and effort of the entire team. We're very fortunate. Our plants, our technicians, our operations group, and the company leadership all have bought into a quality environment and all work together and challenge each other daily to perform better. We're extremely proud of our industry and the work that our industry produces. And it's projects like the ones being recognized today that will help us continue to push asphalt as a product of choice in the future. And I'd just like to say that, there's no secret to quality. It just takes focus and commitment on everybody's part, and for everybody to keep up the great work that we're doing out there, and we will push asphalt to the top. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate the comments. And congratulations to Lindy Paving. As we mentioned before, they are the recipient of the Sheldon G. Hayes Award from the National Asphalt Pavement Association, which is the highest quality award given by NAPA. And this is Lindy's fifth award since in the last 30 years of this award. So that's pretty significant. It'll be awarded at the NAPA annual meeting coming up here in a few weeks. So thanks, Lindy, and tell Vince Totino, the president, also thanks for sponsoring the award. So appreciate it very much. So let's go on, and I wish we could do this in person, but let me cover first the Asphalt Pavement Quality Award. Thanks go to the PennDOT districts and Brad Heigl and staff at the Pennsylvania Turnpike for partnering with PAPA and judging and submitting these winning projects. These are the best of the best from each district and from the Pennsylvania Turnpike. These awards not only promote our industry, but highlight our goal of providing the most cost-efficient, smooth, quiet, safe, and performing highway pavements. And we continue to strive to make asphalt pavements last longer and become even more sustainable. We're continuously trying to improve our product, and that, Gary and I, that's really, and our members, that's really the focus of our organization and our industry. So the judging criteria, this is what the Turnpike and the districts judge the projects on. They judge them on ride, they judge them on the mixed quality, the joint construction, which is a big deal, mat compaction, any innovative features that, like the J-band product or the fibers or the safety edge or using crack and seat, things like that. And then also, how did the contractor partner with them to do the project? Was it pretty smooth and seamless? And if they had issues, did they work together to resolve them? So it's also that category, which we think is important, because we really need to partner well to give the taxpayer the biggest bang for their buck. And the suggested minimum size project for each one of these was 2,500 tons. So I'm going to run through them real quick. We will have these highlighted on our website. All these projects, we will highlight them in our newsletter, which will come out probably end of January, beginning of February. And a plaque will be issued to the district, to the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and to all the reward recipients. And I should mention, you don't have to be an award recipient or member of our association to be an award recipient. I think all of them this year are, though. So congratulations to all the winners. I'm going to run through them real quick. This is the award from the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission. It's to Lindy Paving from I-76 in Westmoreland County. Congratulations to Lindy Paving. From District 1, again, Lindy Paving, SR5 in Erie County.
Congratulations again, Lindy Paving. District 2, the award goes to Glen O. Hallbaker for SR 322 in Center County. That's section B06. That's a project that Gary and I were up to a number of times. We have a lot of photographs. Again, we're going to feature it in our upcoming newsletter because that was one of the first full depth long life asphalt projects that PennDOT constructed. It's got a 1.5 inch SMA wearing surface and a bunch of other things that we feel that without a doubt the department should get at least 50 years out of this particular project. So we're very proud that District 2 recognized that. These are actually, the picture on the left is one Gary took, or I think Gary took or Tom Abbey took from Glen Hallbaker, and the one on the right, one that I actually took. So if you're going to Penn State football games from Harrisburg, you got one less impediment to get to the game now. Again, District 3, SR 80 goes to Glen O. Hallbaker, SR 80 Columbia County. Congratulations again to Glen O. Hallbaker. District 4, this is SR 6 and 11 in Susquehanna County. Again, District 4, the award goes to Glen O. Hallbaker. And you can see some of these projects aren't interstate projects or interstate lookalikes. Some of them are fairly rural projects. Again, District 5, PennDOT, congratulations to New Enterprise Stone and Lime for SR 81 in Schuylkill County. Gary and I were up over that a couple times last year, I guess, going up to Scranton. So congratulations to New Enterprise Stone and Lime. District 6, SR 322 Delaware County goes to J.D. Ekman. Kind of a neat photograph there on the left. Congratulations, J.D. Ekman. And District 8, one of my home district when I worked for PennDOT, of course, goes to New Enterprise Stone and Lime, SR 272 in Lancaster County. Congratulations to New Enterprise Stone and Lime. And from District 9, PennDOT, SR 1019, 1019, Bedford County. The award goes to Grannis Brothers Stone and Asphalt Company Incorporated. I'm not sure who took this picture, but it is a really, really, really nice looking ribbon of asphalt. Great picture. So congratulations, Scott Grannis and Grannis Brothers Stone and Lime, or Stone and Asphalt Company Incorporated. We're back in the western part of the state again. PennDOT District 10, the award goes to Lindy Paving, SR 422 in Butler County. Congratulations to Lindy Paving. And again, to Lindy Paving, District 11. Oh, the award from District 11 goes to Lindy Paving for SR 51 in Beaver County. Congratulations to Lindy Paving. And last, but certainly not least, from the southwest corner of the Pennsylvania, from District 12, the award goes to Dairy Construction for SR 356 in Westmoreland County. And this is another awesome photograph. I don't know if that came from Dairy or that came from PennDOT District or where that came from, but what a beautiful picture. What another nice ribbon of asphalt pavement. So just like to say congratulations to all the 2020 award recipients. We're very proud of you, and once again, we appreciate Lindy for sponsoring the awards, and we really appreciate the districts and the Pennsylvania Turnpike for taking the time to get together and figure out who was the best of the best in their respective organizations. So congratulations. Okay. So we're just about on time. I'm pretty impressed. How about it, Gary?
Yep.
Gary and I, we have a digital clock up here on the wall, which we bought specifically just for this event to try to keep us on time. We know Gary and I have done a lot of presentations, and we know how hard it is to keep awards and everybody on track. So next up is going to be Alicia Nolan. So Alicia, I'm going to introduce you quick, and then you can, I see you got you're bringing your presentation up already. Very good. So let me just give you a little information about Alicia. She's the Division Administrator for the Federal Highway Administration here in Harrisburg. She's been here since March of 2018. It's hard to believe it's been that long already. She started with the Federal Highway Administration right out of college, has had several positions within FHWA, including the Northern Border Transportation Program Coordinator, Director of Program Management in the New York Division Office, and the Assistant Division Administrator in Colorado. I think that's where you came from before you got this particular position. As the PA Division Administrator, she has focused on several critical issues, including workforce development, innovation and research, and safety operation improvements. And she's also working with key Pennsylvania transportation stakeholders as they explore innovative financing operations, which we heard earlier from Mark Compton and Melissa Patula. Past major initiatives that she worked on include the expedited environmental and contracting for the Tappan Zee Bridge, which completed the EIS process in less than a year, which is pretty remarkable. This project is a major part of the New York, in the state of New York. Been over it many times. It involved numerous innovative practical practices, including the financing and the contracting and the construction. In Colorado, Alicia was instrumental in shepherding the I-70 East project through the environmental process and expediting the project development for major construction projects on I-25, both north and south of Denver. And during her tenure in Colorado, the TIM first responder training has increased substantially from less than 5% to 30%. TIM is, I guess, transportation incident management or something. I think that's what it is. Traffic incident management.
Correct. Yeah.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
I was involved with that at PennDOT too. So our new office administrators trying to learn all the acronyms and the nomenclature. But I end up by saying that Alicia has a BS in civil engineering from Michigan State. Now, I don't know if you're originally from Michigan or not, but I've been to Michigan many times because that's my wife's from, but she's a Wolverine, unlike you that's a Spartan. And she has an MS in Urban and Environmental Studies from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute up in New York. So Alicia, with that short introduction, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to say thank you very much. You can take as long as you need because I think everybody's going to be really interested in what you have to present and tell us this morning. So thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks so much for the invitation to present today. I really appreciate being here. I was fortunate enough to be able to participate in all of today's sessions. So my presentation is going to highlight and repeat some of the common themes that you've heard throughout today. So with that, first off, the status of the FAST Act. We've talked about funding, critical funding for the federal government, funds coming to the state, and that's through the FAST Act. Right now, the FAST Act was set to expire on September 30th of 2020. It was granted an extension for a full year, which is September 30th of 2021, which is only 9 months from now, but it is exciting that we did get that extension. It is fully funded. We got an infusion for the Highway Trust Fund from the general fund, so it will be using all the funding and should not have no shortfalls. Again, as you heard earlier today, you know, the gas tax with the decrease in travel public was down. And so with that additional funding, it's going to be, you know, fully sufficient for the coming year. Now, there's going to be several things that are going to happen in this new year. And that is something that I want to talk about next. First off, as mentioned before, there was a stimulus bill as well as the appropriations for 2021. And that was signed on December 27th. And it provides additional funding of $10 billion. And for the state of Pennsylvania, I don't have the exact details. And in fact, you only see this information is what we really have from the bill itself. So that number that's actually going to come to Pennsylvania is still to be worked out, as well as what it can be used for. And typically our funding is for projects, and we know how to do that. But this bill, the stimulus bill, and this funding was expanded for eligibility purposes, and it covers a wide variety of different additional tasks that can be used for. So as mentioned by PennDOT and Melissa, we don't know what that's really going to have for us moving into the future. So we have to wait for guidance and that additional information. And so this can be used for, you know, kind of catch-all for some coverage of other revenue losses for the state. And we don't know what that means, as well as preventive maintenance, routine maintenance, operations, salaries for personnel, and some debt services. So it kind of covers the gamut of typically what we're not using our federal funds for. So we just have to wait. Additional information is coming. We're hoping that comes soon, but again, we don't know exactly when that's going to be happening. So just be patient, and hopefully we'll find out what it means and how it's going to be used here in Pennsylvania. The other thing that was mentioned is what's going to happen next. You know, again, we have the FAST Act extension, which is through September 30th of this year, but we don't know what's going to be needed or what's going to happen with the new administration and Congress. There is a lot of talk of, you know, infrastructure bill, you know, stimulus, recovery, economic recovery, what might be coming. And so I think it's a very exciting time to hear and see what really gets passed in the coming year. And so it's another stay tuned opportunity for us to really see what might be coming and what might be happening for the transportation industry. And so again, in summary, it's good news as far as where we are right now. Hopefully it's going to be better news throughout the rest of this year. Moving on. So the next part of my presentation is just kind of a summary of where things are for the Federal Highway Administration with some of their national activities. And this really feeds into a lot of themes that we heard today. First off, our strategic plan is focused on infrastructure and innovation. We're going to talk about performance measures and asset management and how that all comes together for, various activities and what is going to happen next as far as keeping pavements lasting longer, really having that sustainability that was being talked about and that reliability for the traveling public. Then through innovation and some of the key things that are happening with Everyday Counts and some of the new initiatives that are open right now that we're talking about for Everyday Counts 6. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight what's being done on the national level for research and innovation. First off, our strategic plan, as I mentioned, it was passed in 2018. It really honed in on some, key cornerstones for transportation, and that's with infrastructure and innovation. Sorry. So basically for infrastructure, the focus is really on, improving the program and projects for decision-making, for data-driven asset management principles and performance-based programming, moving into creating a better system, more reliable system, and something that's going to last longer through our investments. The other one is innovation, utilizing innovations and, really keeping things, fresh. We talked about innovation throughout today and using that innovation to really help us move our industry for more reliable, sustainable, looking at different products, different ways of doing things can really help us achieve those goals. And so again, transportation performance management is that system that we've been talking about for several years. And you've heard presentations about what to do, performance measures, targets, various activities. Pavement is a critical component in how our pavements are doing is very important for us in managing our system and reliability in transportation. So again, as a reminder where we are, we've actually made it through all the steps. I know we've been talking about it for about 7-8 years now, about performance management. And here we are. We made it through all the national goals, the measures, the targets, the plans, the reports, and the accountability. So congratulations, everybody. I think we have achieved something, and we're really now in that accountability, transparency, how are we doing? What are we looking for moving forward? And then the important thing is, now that we have our performance measures and our asset management plan, the performance-based planning is really what's happening now, where we are shifting some of our priorities and our projects and where they, used to be, and we're doing things differently. And that is to really make sure that we get the longest life possible. I was very interested in the perpetual pavement conversation that took place a couple of speakers ago. To hear some of that, this is what it's all about. How do we, have longer lasting pavements? How do we make it better? How do we make it more efficient in moving that initiative? So with the performance measures and asset management, the goal here is to make better decision making, really strengthen that accountability, that transparency. And if we have successes, then we can celebrate our, where we're doing and how we're doing. And then if we have some failures, we can then identify, how best to move those forward. So the pavement condition measures that we talk about are IRI, cracking, rutting, faulting is, some of the components that we're using to make this assessment. And then ultimately what's happening here in Pennsylvania, and the great news here is that Pennsylvania is doing fairly well as far as your pavements go. And again, the measures that we're looking at is more for the higher level system, the interstate, the non-interstate NHS, and it's all good news. The percent of poor condition on interstate is at a 0.4%, which is exceptional. For the non-interstate NHS in good condition, it's higher than the target. And then for the non-interstate NHS poor condition, it's lower, which is a good thing because that's where we want it to be. So thanks, you guys. That's reflection of the industry and all your great work that you're doing here in Pennsylvania. Now, as we've indicated, throughout today, talking about innovation, how do we make the product better? How do we make it more efficient? How can we get a little bit longer lasting pavement? How can we do things and take the initiative to move things forward? So Everyday Counts, it has been an initiative that we've been talking about for over 10 years. And in fact, now we're on the 6th cycle We do things in every 2-year cycle basis. And there's been different technologies, throughout that course of time that really have helped the industry and the transportation network to really make these improvements, to have some of that cost savings or those efficiencies found in these different techniques. And so one of the initiatives that we're looking for that was launched this past fall is TOPS, which is Targeted Overlay Pavement Solutions. Catchy acronym, but it's really looking at different innovative overlays and different procedures to use those overlays to really make improvement for lessening traffic impacts and reducing costs overall. So I'm just going to go into a little bit of detail, but before I do, just to mention, to find out all information about these innovations and different initiatives that are under Everyday Counts. We did take a virtual meeting, took place back in December. The beauty of a virtual versus in person, which I love being in person and having that interaction, those side conversations, but it does allow you to have all that information as if you were there, still available for you, and that information is going to be available for a full year. So if you have further questions or comments or concerns or wanting to find out more information, that information is available to you. So the mission for the TOPS, these overlays, is really to extend the pavement life. This includes, excuse me. And for all, innovation, it's really, how best to do a more sustainable, more effective way of moving initiatives. And overlays are something that is being looked at here in Pennsylvania. And so I just wanted to highlight, some of that, what those possibilities could be. So for the asphalt one, it's really with the mixture design and, looking for some higher performance and durability. And again, there's also some criticalities or some situations that you might want to be using overlays for to address friction improvements or noise reduction or better drainage. So it's just an opportunity to look at these technologies and the innovations and see what works for you in the industry itself. And so, the first one is high performance thin overlay. Excuse me. Crack attenuating mixture, highly modified asphalts, enhanced friction overlay, stone matrix asphalt, asphalt rubber gap graded. Oops, sorry. Fix that. Open graded friction course. And then the last one is ultra thin bonded wearing course. So these are some technologies. You may be familiar with it and using some of these already, but I just wanted to highlight, what's being talked about with Everyday Counts and the initiatives that you can follow moving into the new, system of Everyday Counts 6. Now, one of the things that does take place is the state decides if they're going to embrace one of these technologies or innovations that are being touted. That decision has not yet been made. And so if it is, there is some, if it's going to be used here in Pennsylvania, there is some petition funding sources. There's the stick incentive funds, which, happen every year. The state receives, a small amount of money to advance innovation. Then there's also 2 other competitive on a national level funding sources for accelerating innovation deployment, as well as accelerating market readiness. And there's different criteria that you have to satisfy utilizing those resources. And then the other mechanism that's there is this tool that we can adjust the federal share if you are using something that's innovative at the project level. So that's the other thing. So kind of pull this to a national level, what's happening, with research and innovation, Federal Highway has a Turner Fabric Highway Research Center. And I'm not sure if you're all aware of that component. And so I just wanted to bring it to your attention that on a national level, this center is really working on several different things pertaining to pavements, new technology and innovations, and so material testing and different applications. And the other thing that can happen is just a possibility for states to actually partner and explore some of that and test different products and materials. And so I just wanted to make sure that people are aware of this organization of Federal Highway and what you can do on a national basis. And there's opportunities to do pool fund studies that's really managed by Turner Fairbank as well as some of the sharing of information. And they have a very close working relationship with TRB. And so it's a really great resource to know about. And this is their website. It covers and highlights different programs, different activities, different information that's pertaining to research. As well, they came up with 2 new tools, and I thought this might be really interesting for the group to know about. This is, for pavement performance data and what information is being shared across the country, seeing some activities, some information. And then the other one pertains to pavement and materials. Research data covers, different information. This launched in January 2020. And then they do have some new ideas that they want to expand that information to provide that additional resources, to the program. And I was so happy to hear, Charlie, that you're going to bring the mobile lab to Pennsylvania. This is another activity that Federal Highway offers. And I think that's great that you're going to have this able, to be demonstrated here in Pennsylvania. So that's great. So to wrap up, I did want to kind of highlight some changes that have taken place at our division office. Jennifer Albert, who's been with us for a long time, she is now working for our Resource Center office. And so she is still located here in Pennsylvania, but she's working nationally on all things pavement for the Resource Center. So it's great to take her talents to the national stage and have her do that work for Federal Highway. And so until we fill that position, I will probably add that to the Women in Asphalt solicitation job notice. We will be filling our pavement materials position. And so, but until we do, Clint Beck, who's our Director of Program and Performance Management, is providing that day-to-day service for you. So if you have any questions pertaining to things pertaining to pavement materials, please reach out to Clint. And so hopefully we'll be filling that position in the near future. So I would say, March, April timeframe. So with that, I am ready for questions. So thank you so much.
So Alicia, one of the questions we've gotten, and you kind of said it's about the $410 million from the COVID relief bill. One of the questions is that going to come? Is that going to come this month to PennDOT? And when do you think that you'll get it figured out what it can be spent for? And is there does PennDOT have to front the money first? And then get remunerated? When do you think all that's gonna happen? We're kind of like really interested in it because of the kind of a little bit of a downturn in the construction program we had here in Pennsylvania in 2020.
So so the first thing that that I, will know is that the funding, the notice of funding should be out within 30 days of the enactment. So that was December 27th. We are anticipating the actual funding hitting what I call the books of Pennsylvania in the near future. So I would say probably, this week or, into early next week, we should have that information. From there, we will probably not know all the details of how it can be used. So, that piece is kind of a mystery. And so we don't know because they've expanded that information of how things could be done, or, so we don't know exactly that detail. And that's what Melissa was kind of mentioning. She doesn't know, I don't know. We're kind of waiting to see what would happen with all that information. So it's a stay tuned. We are hopeful that that guidance, that information will be coming out shortly. And from there, we will, see how best to apply how to do it. And so, again, if it's, project specific, we know how to do that. But this was expanded to do so much more. And depending on how it comes out, will give that greater flexibility to PennDOT to help them with that cash flow that would really kind of generate some of that opportunity. So, so it's just really a stay tuned at this moment in time.
Okay, here's one more question. So the new Secretary of the U.S. Department of Transportation is Pete Buttigieg.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't know, I guess the question is, from the FHWA perspective, will they change the FHWA administrator, or do they continue on into the next administration?
Yeah, so we have basically 5 positions that are non-career. And so that is our administrator, our deputy administrator, and then our person who's in charge of policy, our legal, as well as public affairs. So those are our non-career. And for non-career, basically they serve at the administration. And so when there is a change in administration, those positions will become vacant. And then the opportunity for the new administration to fill those positions will be taking place. So our administrator is no longer, working for us, Nicole Nason. She has resigned, and so we are, anticipating nominees to be in place, and to hear those. We have not heard who might be coming on board. There's going to be people who are acting starting tomorrow on the 20th, and we have not received who is acting in those positions, and we'll get that tomorrow. And then during the nomination part, what is going to happen next will be taking place.
Good question. Okay, well, again, Alicia, thank you very much for presenting at our 61st annual conference, our first, I don't want to say last virtual conference, because we've gotten comments that we ought to do this as part of your in-person conference too, so you could actually get a wider audience also. So we'll probably consider that for next year, and hopefully maybe we can invite you back next January at the Hotel Hershey. We usually have a lot of chocolate available for that event. That's kind of a draw for presenters and attendees alike. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Very good presentation.
And hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed that next year we're going to have a transportation bill to talk about that's real and more than just an extension of the FAST Act.
Yeah, maybe double the funding.
We can all hope.
Yeah, the checks in the mail and all the other stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's wishful thinking, but what it comes down to is is money, money, money with maintaining assets.
Yeah.
So, you know, we keep a close eye on that, and we work diligently with all our partners and with all our members to try to get the legislature and or Congress to appropriate more money. So thanks again. And tell Clint I said hello.
Will do. Take care. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So I'm going to throw this back up again for everybody's benefit. Tomorrow, we are off. We're not doing the conference tomorrow. We talked about doing it. If it was in person, it would be tomorrow, but tomorrow we're going to skip because it's the inauguration of the 46th President of the United States. So we felt like we shouldn't conflict with that. So just want to remind everybody, we're going to be on Thursday morning. We're going to be on Thursday morning, and I just want to make sure everybody's aware. We're going to start at 8 o'clock. We're going to try to get over by maybe 12:15. I think we've got a really good lineup for Thursday morning. As we always start off, we start off with safety. We have a really, really interesting presentation from Caterpillar. You won't want to miss. Rob Ashlaw is a very good presenter. And then we got Tom Bennett from Rutgers University. He's done a project for New York State on balanced mix design, you know, where they should take their program. Tom is an excellent presenter, has a lot of information. Then 9 o'clock, one of the premier presenters I've ever seen, Buzz Powell from NCAT from Auburn University, is going to talk about the results that they found from the last 3 years of the NCAT test track. And there's a lot of materials that they've tested out on the track, and you'll find, and they've figured out how to test things differently, better, things like that. So be a real interesting presentation. Then our own Mansour Soleimanian from Penn State is going to talk about the long life asphalt pavement and the report that he and Gary Hoffman and Denny Morian worked on to present to PennDOT on the perpetual pavement. You know what the treatments should be for those LLAP projects, and what the cycles of treatment should be. That'll be very interesting. We're going to talk about. We have Greg Toman and Mark Gallardo. Mark's the materials manager from PennDOT District 11, and Greg's the field quality control manager for Lindy. They're going to talk about the pilot that's going on between PennDOT District 11 and Lindy on being able to do hands-on local acceptance via cameras and via audio, and with having PennDOT controlling the cameras and all that to watch the testing. And then we're gonna end the conference on the reuse of plastic waste and asphalt mix by Dr. Richard Willis. You don't want to miss that presentation. Another dynamic speaker. You know, there's a lot of moving parts now. There's a lot of information that NAPA's put together via a couple of research reports, working with you know, Dow and some of their other members of NAPA on recycling waste plastic into asphalt mix. Gary and I were both involved with recycling asphalt rubber from tires into asphalt mix. We were involved with recycling glass colored into asphalt mix. We were involved in, you know, a bunch of different things over the years. And, you know, this is going to be a very important and interesting presentation. So I'll just say thanks to everybody for attending. You know, a lot of stress is over for Gary and Donna and I now, because
2 out of 3.
Yeah, we only have 4 more hours to go, but we appreciate all of you attending, your patience, and I want to again thank Jim Casilio and Callie Klein from PACA for helping us out with this. And everybody stay well and have a great day. And again, thank you for attending, and we'll close this thing down till Thursday morning, January the 21st at 8 o'clock. We'll probably sign on at 7:30 in the morning, but so you can join us then. But we'll see you at 8. We'll see you by 8 o'clock on Thursday morning. Thanks a lot.